So any of you in attendance at this live premiere, type in the chat if you have a featherweight and what year is it? What model is it? Is it a 221, 221-1? Is it a 222K? I'd just be curious in those that are in this live premiere if you have a featherweight or if this is going to be your inspiration, seeing what Jean's machine can do in getting a machine like she has. That's oftentimes the way it goes. People will watch my videos on my channel, sometimes from 7 to 10 years ago, and after they see one of my optimized machines and what it can do, they get really excited about that machine, and then they reach out to see if I've got one. Because the people that get it, the people that are really smart consumers and students, they realize that they can't watch a video on one of my optimized, fully restored machines and expect one on eBay or Facebook Marketplace or Etsy or any of the other places to perform like that machine. It's only people that are a little bit foolish that believe that they're all going to do the same thing. You know what I mean? What can we sew next? What can we sew next? Yeah, I could do that. Why don't we do some vegetable tan leather? Let's do some vegetable tan leather. I don't know if this is going to be too much or not. This may be a little bit over the top. Hey guys, this may be a little bit over the top, but I like pushing the machines. You know that.
What are you watching? Oh, that's the one on Jean's machine, isn't it?
Line these up and just see what
She's going to be picking it up shortly. What sew-off is this from the premiere that we did?
So they don't bolt all over Jean's.
Oh, the vegetable tan leather, the 3 layers. Yeah, that was too much. We had the wrong setup. We had the needle was too small.
Okay, so we're talking probably about between 10 to 12 ounces. Can you see that in the shot?
That's crazy thick.
10 to 12 ounces of vegetable tan leather.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know, this might be going a little bit too far. I'll give it a try. If the machine has difficulty delivering on it, then I will go to 2 layers, because even 2 layers is going to be beyond crazy. See, that's what 2 layers will look like right there. Let's give 3 a try. Let's give 3 a try. And I am dealing with embroidery thread, so that would be another concern. Embroidery thread, you're generally not going to be sewing 10 to 12 ounces of leather. You're just not. So we'll see how Jean's machine does with this. Again, I'll drop it to 2 if I have to. I hope I don't. But we'll see. I did not test this off camera. I did not test this off camera. So
we probably should have. That's okay.
I'm a little nervous. I'm just being honest with you. A little bit nervous. If I had a size 110 needle in here, a Schmetz leather needle, okay.
Oh.
We're dealing with a 90. I've broken 90s before.
That's what you guys are up to.
Especially on that awful compressed felt stuff.
That's why you have Jean's machine set up on the other workbench.
I won't be a drama queen. I'm just going to give it a go.
You
see how
did?
the machine does.
Okay.
Again, it only has a 0.4 amp motor. Even though I've gone through that motor with a fine tooth comb, it's only 0.4 amps, folks. You think we can do this?
Dr.
Type in the chat if you
Singer
think we can do this.
has set up Jean's machine
Go
on
ahead,
the
type it in
workbench
right
before
now.
she can come and pick it up.
And I'm going to go on faith that you
And
type.
has put a
Go for it.
110 size
Go for it.
needle in her machine so we can
All
give
right,
this
give it
another
a try.
try.
Ooh, I'm a little nervous.
Yeah,
Yes, I
me
am.
too.
Here we go.
Oh, man.
Did I break a thread?
It's
I think I did.
amazing that that little featherweight even was able to plow through that.
Yeah. That's a little too much. We tried.
We did try.
I can't do it with this thread, and I can't do it with a size 90.
And now because of the boys, we're apparently going to try it again.
A heavier thread, and I'd have to have a larger needle to do this.
Guys, I
Yeah, it's not gonna
appreciate
do it.
your inspiration.
It's too much.
I truly do. You guys are my inspiration. And I am so grateful that you have so much confidence in what I pour into the machines that come into the workshop, that before Jean can pick up her machine very shortly, you wanted us to give it a go one more time. I really appreciate you guys so much. I hope we can get her done, you know what I mean? Let's get some lights on. Let's get some lights on. I mean, a featherweight sewing 3 layers of vegetable tan leather, I don't know that it's ever been done before, truthfully. But we'll give it a try, you guys, and I appreciate your vote of confidence. That explains, I came down here, I'm watching you guys watch a premiere that has already occurred on Jean's featherweight that we're looking at on screen right now. I should have put 2 and 2 together, that you guys were not going to let this machine leave the workshop with that unfinished business, with that premiere of us trying the 3 layers of vegetable tan leather and being unsuccessful in being able to lay down a page 34 stitch. And you're like, no, we don't want that unfinished business hanging out there. We want to get it closed up and done and at least say that we did it. That's what you guys are thinking. I know you are. All right, well, we'll give it another try. We'll give it another try. And you can see, if you didn't see that other premiere for whatever reason, we had a size 90 Schmetz needle in Jean's machine for that premiere. And that's when we attempted those 3 layers of vegetable tan leather. And then I had to drop it to these 2 right here. And it laid down, I mean, a page 34 plus with that size 90 Schmetz leather needle. But we couldn't get that machine to go successfully through that 3rd layer and lay down page 34 stitches, and so we just had to give it up and just say, let's just move on. We can't do it with this setup. So the boys, being the boys, they took that, where is it? They said they put it out here. There it is. They took that size 90 Schmetz leather needle out of Jean's machine, and they put in one of the Schmetz size 110 18 leather needles. Matter of fact, it looks like it was the last one in the pack. They took it out, they set the machine up, and they're like, we want Scott to give this one more go before this machine leaves the workshop, so that we have the confidence that the featherweight can do it. Because Scott said he was going to do it on another featherweight anyway, so why not do it now? And that was my phone going off. I'm going to silence it before someone ends up trying to call me. As a matter of fact, you know what that notification was? That notification was reminding me that Jean is coming shortly to pick this featherweight up. So we better hurry up. We better hurry up, man. Oh boy. And if you didn't see that premiere either of this featherweight, these are all the other sew-offs that we did on that premiere, either on camera or off camera. The majority of them were done on camera. So I appreciate their vote of confidence, but I don't know that we've ever done 3 layers of vegetable tan leather with a featherweight before. I don't know that we have. I guess we're going to try it today, aren't we? Those guys. Oh man, I need some music to do this by, man. I need some music. Dr. Singer. Guys, what are you putting me up to here? Oh boy. All right, let's get some music on. Let's get some music on here. Oh, what kind of choices do we have? We have something kind of peppy, I hope. This is called Tea Time R&B. Tea Time R&B. That's kind of a loud tea time. That's still loud. Come on, tea time, guys. Kind of calming music anyway, which we probably need right about now. Well, this premiere, if you didn't figure it out yet, I'm going to ring the bell. This premiere is not about this featherweight that we've already presented to you. It's about some machines that came from the great state of Minnesota. And they came from Kristen. And Kristen brought the machines in, had to visit her daughter nearby, and decided to haul them in. And they're from Eden Prairie, Minnesota. I have no idea where that is in Minnesota, but it's such a beautiful name, isn't it? Eden Prairie, E-D-E-N, and then the word prairie, P-R-A-I-R-I-E, Minnesota, Eden Prairie, Minnesota. Somebody wants to Google it and put something in the chat that's interesting about Eden Prairie, Minnesota. I would really appreciate it, because I don't know anything about it other than Kristen, her husband Lauren, and originally her daughter were from that neck of the woods. So type something in. Make us smart on Eden Prairie, Minnesota, would you? And in the meantime, I'm going to keep my fingers and toes crossed that the boys putting in that size 110, which equates to a size 18 Schmetz leather needle, is going to help us get through this leather successfully this time. Well, let me correct my statement in saying that, because we got through it the last time. It's just that the needle, the size 90 Schmetz leather needle, was not making a big enough hole to pull that thread through successfully. That really is a factor when you're going through this much leather. It really is a factor. So we're going to try a size 110, which equates to a size 18. I'm pretty confident we can do it, but it's not a slam dunk. It's not a slam dunk. And I was gabbing so much. There we go. Got to put more music on. Hopefully something that runs a little bit longer. Matter of fact, I could go with the audio library maybe. Let me do that. Let me do the audio library. That way it'll just keep playing more readily. So if you have a featherweight, I am guessing with some high degree of certainty that you have never sewed 3 layers of vegetable tan leather on your featherweight. I'm guessing that there may be 1 or 2 in the world that have tried something at this level. I mean, honestly. And I'm going to change genres. Nothing against R&B and soul. I love it. But I'm feeling more reggae. I'm feeling more reggae right now. Yes, I am. Let's go reggae. Well, boys, again, I appreciate you setting up this challenge. I think we're up to it. We're going to give it our best anyway. Just like we did during the premiere. We went through leather 3 layers just like this during the premiere. But we didn't have a big enough needle. Let's see what happens this time. I'm going to get our old size 90 out of the way. And we'll throw that to the side. Matter of fact, I'll throw it into the magnetic tray so I don't end up sitting on it or something. I'm going to move our little needles out of the way. So this is, again, the needle that we did on Gene's premiere was a 9014. I don't know if you can see that in the shot or not, a 9014 Schmetz leather needle. Now we're going to be trying a size 110, where am I? Size 110, which equates to a size 18 Schmetz leather needle. So we'll see what happens. There's my vote of confidence right there. Yeah, it is. All right, let me get my seat set up. Check my clutches engaged. All right. I am nervous, again, even with the right needle. All right, we'll give it our best. Here we go. 3 layers of vegetable tan leather. There you can see it from the side. With a featherweight that belongs to Gene. All right. Here goes the old school try. Yeah, baby. Hoo! If I get my foot on the foot controller eventually. And don't block the camera with my arm. Oh my goodness gravy. Holy mostaccioli. Holy macaroni. Let me clip these threads and I'll show you what we have. Hold on just a second. That's the rear. Oh, my garbage can's way over there. Look at again what we just sewed through, folks, from the side. 3 layers of vegetable tan leather. 3 layers. Absolutely unbelievable. Look at it from that side. On a featherweight. Yes, it was optimized in the workshop, but it's still a featherweight, folks. It's still a featherweight with a 0.4 amp motor. As a matter of fact, a 0.4 amp motor that arrived at the workshop with some pretty serious damage to it. So pretty doggone serious damage. So let me get our lights, the rest of our lights on, because I don't have all of them on right now. And let's take a look at these stitches that we just laid down on these 3 layers of vegetable tan leather. This is what I wanted to do during Gene's live premiere. And we could not get it done with the needle that was in the machine at the time. It was a size 90. We needed a size 100, preferably a size 110. That's exactly what we needed. All right, let me angle the light in on there, because it looks like on my screen it looks a little bit dark. All right, let's go across and check these stitches out. Unbelievable. Absolutely. I'm coming off the tripod. This is monumental. Hold on a second. I'm going to come off the tripod. We got to see these really, really up close. Look at that. 3 layers of vegetable tan leather, folks. I'm seeing it with my own eyes, and it's just insane. It's just utterly insane. Whoa, whoa, whoa is right. Whoa, whoa, whoa is right again. Whoa. That's our top stitch. Did we nail it with our lock stitch too? Totality of the stitching. Totality of the stitching. Unbelievable. Insane. All right, let's turn this around. Look at that again. On a featherweight. A featherweight 221, folks. Let's turn around and look at that lock stitch. See how we did on that. Come on there, leather. You should want to show yourself off after that. This is our lock stitch, folks, through 3 layers. Whoa, whoa, whoa is right. Through vegetable tan leather. 3 layers of it. Whoa, whoa, whoa is right. Aye, 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 aye. Whatever you said, I agree with you. Totality of the stitching on this sew off with 3 layers of vegetable tan leather. Absolutely, what? Absolutely crazy. I'm going to pick it up like this too. This again is our lock stitch. Pause right there. And again, we're using embroidery thread, folks. That's not the greatest choice. Look at that from the side. It's our top stitch. Oh man! Ay, 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 ay. Oh, one of you out there watching this is going to send me a note and say how you did that. How you did that. How you did that. Oh my gosh, that's insane. That is so nuts. That is so absolutely nuts. Oh my gosh, we're going out of focus. It's so crazy. Oh man. I do not believe that we've ever done 3 layers of vegetable tan leather. I'm quite sure we haven't. On any machine, let alone a featherweight with a 0.4 amp motor. All right, I'm not going to dwell on this. Yes, I am, just a little bit more. How often do you see a featherweight sew at this level? I mean, honestly. Honestly. So any of you that happened to be at that premiere for Gene's machine very recently, when I attempted this on the live premiere, and I said, you know, if I had the right setup, if I had a larger needle, I think I could get it done. And some of you, I mean, you're very thoughtful, you're very kind, you're very supportive, but there was some little inkling in you probably saying, that's impossible. No way. Not even on one of Scott's machines. No way. Not gonna happen. It just did. It just did. Oh gosh, that's so much fun, isn't it? Especially for those skeptics out there that always question, you know, oh yeah, what's the big deal? What's the big deal about Scott's featherweight that's been optimized compared to mine that I oiled and polished up? That's my answer, pal. Right there. The difference is 3 layers of vegetable tan leather. All right, I'm done. I'm done. That is absolutely crazy. Gene, you've got a little mighty mite of a featherweight. I don't think you're going to be sewing 3 layers of vegetable tan leather. I don't think it's going to happen. But if you ever were challenged and someone said, I don't think your featherweight can blah, 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 you don't even have to re-sew it. Just take them to this clip where we're presenting KRISTEN'S machine and we opened it up with yours and tell them to eat their heart out. Yeah, you can do that. Along with the other sew-offs we did too on your machine during that live premiere. If you didn't see that premiere, folks, put a quarter in the machine and watch it, okay? You gotta catch it. You gotta check it out. Yeah, you know what I mean. All right, let's focus now where we're supposed to be. Hey, guys, thanks. Dr. Singer Repairman. Oh boy, my little alligator buddy. And Mr. Bean, thanks guys for setting this up. I probably would not have remembered to do it if they hadn't done that, so that's way cool. That's way cool that they did that. They got my back. They got my back. All right, let's get that set back up. We're going to shift away from that workbench and shift over where we were supposed to be in the first place. But that's okay. That was a worthwhile change of gears. Yeah, it was. I like changing gears anyway. It's fun. So what do we have over here? What is going on this workbench? We've got a partition, and we've got another machine that's in clear view. Let me just refresh my recollection here. Oh, that's right. That's right. So here's a little backstory on KRISTEN'S situation. Kristen, again, is from the great state of Minnesota, is from Eden Prairie, Minnesota. And she had heard about me. Don't know how. Just maybe did a search online and came across one of my videos or found me on Facebook. Who knows what. But she thought, I think this guy can do miracles. And she's a lady of faith. So that's not an understatement when you have somebody that says, I think this guy can do miracles on a machine that needs miracles. And let me show you why it needs a miracle. Or why it needed a miracle. Have you boys seen this yet? You haven't? Oh, this will be fun. I thought you'd already seen these pictures. But if you didn't, that's cool. Let's go over to Facebook real quick. So if you know anything about anything with regard to Swedish beauties, you know that a Swedish beauty's knobs are not supposed to look like that. They're not supposed to look like that. But they do look like that when you're moving the machine on some sort of a dolly and it's not in a case and it falls off of that dolly and it smashes against the concrete. That's exactly what happened to Kristen. She is involved in the local schools in working with the theater department. She loves doing costuming, getting involved with theater productions. And she was bringing this machine to that school, or I don't remember if she was bringing it in or bringing it out. She may have been bringing it out of the school after she already sewed costumes and did her thing there. And it falls off the dolly and it smashes into the concrete. Now, if that's your machine, your heart is going to sink to the lowest point in the pit of your stomach and you're going to feel sick to your stomach. But you're going to feel especially sick to your stomach if there are sentimental attachments to that machine, and there are. This was Kristen's grandfather's machine. Her grandfather sewed all the time, and this Swedish beauty was his, and she ended up inheriting this Swedish beauty from him. So that's why it was her go-to machine. She took it everywhere. And when it fell off of that dolly and smashed to the concrete, and there are pieces of the knobs everywhere, and she suspects, and she was right, there was damage even beyond that she couldn't see on the inside of the machine. When something like that happens, you have no words to express your degree of sorrow, your degree of sadness, your lament over why didn't I do something to prevent that from happening? And yet it's already happened now, and you can't undo it. You can't click undo like on a computer and say it never happened. And so she's in utter despair with, this was Grandpa's machine. Look at what's happened. And she found some guy from Wisconsin online, and she reached out to me. I still remember that initial phone call where she was talking about, just the sadness that she felt. She was talking about the heaviness of her heart and even wondered, with looking at some of the work that I've done, could workshop magic be enough in this case? Could it be enough? And so she went out and acquired this other machine, not with the idea of making it a replacement for Grandpa's machine, but using it as a donor machine, using it as a parts machine, with the hope that it would somehow be enough to get Grandpa's machine back to the way that it was before that horrible accident. But the machine she acquired was a different model. Very, very close. Very, 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 very close. The model she acquired that was going to be a donor machine was a Swedish model 6020. Grandpa's machine is a 6010. Would there be enough of a difference between the knobs that it would not be compatible, or would it be compatible? After a lot of caliper measurements, once she got both of these machines to the workshop, I don't know why, but Viking for some reason had made some modest changes between the model 6010, which was Grandpa's machine, and this model 6020, so the knobs were not fully compatible. And Kristen had even thought about the possibility, you know what, if it's fully compatible, Scott could pull these knobs off, and there's a contact that she had that I believe is a family friend, maybe a nephew, that does 3D printing, and she thought maybe my nephew could duplicate these knobs, and then I could end up with two fully functional machines. And when I reached out to her and I said, great idea, great possibilities, but the knobs are just slightly different, so I can't pull them off and stick them on Grandpa's machine, her heart just sank. I said, but wait, I think I might have a 6010 in my personal collection, and I would be willing to allocate it as that donor for Grandpa's machine. So she took a deep breath and she said, let me know what you end up doing. Let me know what you decide to do. Let me know if it's possible. She said the perfect situation would be if we could somehow end up with two fully functional machines. She said, if we can't, we can't, but it would be so wonderful if I could keep one of these machines at home, and it would probably be the 6020 would stay at home. And then I bought a brand new case for Grandpa's machine so that accident will never, ever, ever happen again. So if we can end up with a machine like this 6020 that can be at home for projects there, and then Grandpa's machine can come out to the schools with me and can help me do costuming for the kids at the high schools, etc., 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 I mean, that would be a piece of magic off the charts. I said, Kristen, here's the way I work on projects. I start with the end in mind. I want to start with the end in mind. So let's just say that we are going to work towards the goal from the very beginning, that we're going to end up with two fully functional Swedish beauties, and I'm going to do my best to bring Grandpa's machine back to a point where it's like the accident never happened. And I could hear the emotion in her voice. She was so deeply moved by the prospect of that happening. And let me simply say, it did. It did happen. This 6020 is fully functional. It uses different cams, which Kristen had some extra cams that I'll show you once we get over to the workbench fully and we unveil Grandpa's machine. But she had some cams that were not compatible for Grandpa's machine. We do have a cam in the back of Grandpa's machine, a cam A that works beautifully. But the other cams that she has should not go into Grandpa's machine because they also changed the cam stack in the 60 let's just say the 6010 cam stack and the 6020 cam stack are different. And I actually had to replace the cam stack on this 6020. That's the old cam stack right there. And you can't see it because I have it turned the wrong way. I'll rotate it around and show you why it had to be changed. You see that big gap right there in the front of there? That's not supposed to be there. That's what happens when the cam stack cracks and it's molded super tight to that shaft, and it ends up cracking and separating like that. Sometimes if the crack isn't super severe, you can try to mend it with an oil resistant type epoxy. But this one, you can see the gap point on there. It's just way too much. And so ended up putting a brand new cam stack into this 6020 and making it quite a few adjustments on it, doing other work on it, and now it's fully functional, ready to get the job done. And I believe I have a cam B in the back of there, just so that we can do some cam B stitching with this machine today, and then do cam A stitching on Grandpa's machine. So back over to Facebook, where the boys are patiently waiting for me to get done blah blah blah. So again, after Grandpa's machine hit the concrete, this is kind of what it looked like. And Kristen preserved the pieces along with the back panel. And I think I can show that to you. I might have to change, let's come out a little bit. I think I might have to change the shot a little bit for getting it on the... So when Grandpa's machine went down, it also broke this rear panel as well. See where that chunk is gone right there? It also broke that back panel as well, and so I replaced that on Grandpa's machine as well. And I think the spool pins had been snapped off because they weren't there when I got this piece from Kristen. Turn that back on temporarily. But the pieces that Kristen preserved, I'll just show you real quick, are in this little bag. Can you see that in the shot? Gives you an idea of the trauma that Grandpa's machine suffered. I mean, it just not only cracked the plastic, but it also bent the stems, the shafts that go into the machine that the knobs connect to. So to say that this was a major surgery is an understatement. Yeah. You know me as a kid. I mean, you could still make that into a toy or something, maybe. I don't know. But I'll send these back because it's just it's a reminder about never lose hope. It's a reminder about the magic of the workshop. And there's other, I'll just show you kind of from a distance, the foot controller also that was with Grandpa's machine at the time snapped as well here on the end. I don't know if you can see that in the shot, but all of that where there's supposed to be a hunk of plastic, that was busted. And then the inside of the foot controller was damaged as well. There's very delicate components and a ceramic type inside section here. You can kind of see it in the shot. All of that was destroyed and damaged as well when the machine went down. So we're using a different foot controller today than Grandpa's original one, which is totally cool. So I just wanted to show that to you because some of you might have situations that are not nearly as severe as this, and you might be questioning, or you may have others that are advising you, like some of those well-intentioned people from Facebook sewing groups that always believe that they have all the answers. Right? Right, Mr. Bean? They think they have all the answers. They don't, do they, buddy? All right, let me shut this light off and make Mr. Bean disappear. Watch this. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it didn't work. It works for me. It doesn't work for him. He has a lasting presence, doesn't he? So just believe in miracles. And the miracles happen, as I've said before, at this workshop every day. Let's look at some more of these shots. So that's more of a distant shot. And these are pictures that Kristen sent to me by her phone. So, kind of see, I'm zeroed in, zoomed in about as far as I can go. And there was also, even though it's not apparent in this shot, there was also damage to that knob as well. This is the other machine, the donor machine that had the cracked cam stack. Different angles of it that Kristen sent. There's the inside of that foot controller that also crashed to the concrete and had some parts that were broken in it. And these Husqvarna foot controllers are delicate by design, and when they hit concrete, they don't generally fare so well. There's that cam stack. You've already seen it. with the crack in it. And that was on the machine that Kristen had gotten with the idea of being the donor machine. But I just replaced the cam stack, did a number of other things to the machine, and now it's ready to go. So those are some of the parts you've already seen. That back panel that also was destroyed in the crash. Other parts. New foot controller on the right, old foot controller on the left. Oh, wait a second. I wasn't supposed to show that one to you. Dang, nabbit. Let's go back. That was the after I got done with all the work. That kind of defeats the purpose of the unveiling, doesn't it? That's okay, you didn't see it long. So let's go over to the other workbench now. That's the 6020 that you can see clearly right now. And now we're going to unveil Grandpa's machine. I'll try to go over here so we can see Grandpa's machine more closely. And also put on some more music. Hold on a second, folks. All right, I think I got it. Get my other light on. All right, so let me remove this partition now, and again, keep a visual picture in your mind of the busted knobs and the damage that concrete will do, and keep a recollection of this as well. And all the internal damage that I couldn't really highlight in photographs very easily. Let me introduce to you Grandpa's machine again. Yeah. It's not absolutely perfect, but it is, isn't it? Because that's Grandpa's machine. And even though I replaced a lot of parts on this machine, the knobs, the free arm assembly had been all scratched up as well in the fall. That's been replaced. The panel on the back has been replaced. I believe I also, yeah, I did. I put a new balance wheel on because that had a big chip out of it from hitting the concrete. So this is Grandpa's machine, and now Kristen has two Swedish beauties. The one on the left is most likely going to stay at home, and Grandpa's machine is most likely going to be heading out in that new, very well padded, it's like a quilting bag that's on wheels. You've seen them. And that's how Grandpa's machine is going to move in and out of the schools as Kristen does her good work in helping out the theater departments with costuming, etc., etc., etc. All right. All of that blah, blah, blah. The other thing you'll notice on the workbench is the type of needle that I'm going to be using today, which is, and that's needle music, by the way, if you wondered. That's needle music. Is none other than a Schmetz. Wow, that's a surprise. Size 90, 14, universal needle. One of you very smart students in the classroom, type into the chat, what the heck is a universal needle? What is that about? What are they intended to do by design? What are they supposed to do? What do we hope they do? Probably more accurate. Yeah. The other thing on the workbench are two different types of bulbs, which you've seen before many, 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 many times. On the left is obviously a high output LED bulb. that I use typically as a replacement on machines, and then an original incandescent bulb on the right. Now, as I talked to Kristen, once the project was completed, I said, I forgot to ask you what type of lighting you prefer on the machines. I almost thought it was kind of a rhetorical question, because 99.99% of people are always going to go with option A, which is the LED bulb, because it's a lot brighter. It is a lot cooler when it's been running for a long time. And so it's almost kind of like it's an automatic. It's almost like I already know what they're going to say, but I'm going to ask them anyway. Kristen surprised me, because what she said is, Scott, I understand the benefits of an LED bulb, and I want that on the 6020, the donor machine, that now has become my backup machine. But I don't want it on Grandpa's machine, because some of the most fond memories I have of Grandpa's machine is, and I'm shutting off some of the lights. Some of the most fond memories I have of Grandpa's machine is the kind of the soft glow of the incandescent type bulb that would have been in his machine. I said, I get it, no problem. It's familiar, and I can always get you another LED bulb if you want it. But the contrast is this. As we look at these machines, and I don't think I need to shut off any more lights. This again is the 6020 that started out with the idea of being a donor machine. Now it's a backup machine, and this is an LED light that's in there. Grandpa's machine has an original incandescent bulb, and this is what that looks like. So obviously not as bright, but it's the way Grandpa used the machine. And it's familiar to Kristen, and I always want to make my customers happy. So you'll notice as we're using these machines during this premiere, the backup machine, the 6020, is going to have a lot brighter bed and needle area lit up. Grandpa's machine will be a little bit softer, a little bit more quiet, and that's totally cool. So I just wanted to explain that because it's unusual, but I get it 100%. I also wanted to highlight for you these 3 cams that are compatible with the backup machine on the left, but they should not be used in Grandpa's machine. And I've explained this in other premieres, that there were a lot of Colormatic machine flavors that were made over the years. And especially as they changed out components, let me get my lights back on, especially as they changed out different components in the machines, compatibility sometimes changed with how the cams would function in the machine. If you put these cams into the 6020, they're going to do just fine. If you put these cams into Grandpa's machine, it's going to change the needle parameters, and the needle is going to hit the throat plate. So just word to the wise. And sometimes the patterns will look like they're identical, but when you look real close, you'll see that the pattern on that particular cam is the same stitch pattern, but it's colored differently. That color is a warning flag. If the color on the machine doesn't match the color on the cam, even if they're the same pattern, if you want to try it, but try it by very carefully hand turning the balance wheel. Don't pop the cam in and then hit the foot controller, or you might either scar your throat plate, break a needle, or just give yourself a general heart attack. Okay? Does that make sense? There's a lot of different Colormatic cam versions, and some are not compatible with other machines. These cams are not compatible with Grandpa's 6010, but they will work in Kristen's backup machine now, the 6020. And as a matter of fact, one of them was a cam B, and I stuck it in the back of Kristen's backup machine for this premiere today. All right, does that make sense? I think it does. I hope it does. It might. I had 3 cups of coffee today. I normally only have 2, so you never know, kid. You never know. So again, on the left, is Kristen's backup machine. It's a model 6020. On the right is Grandpa's machine. It's a model 6010. And if that's not enough blah, blah, blahing, I don't know what is. So let's get into this, shall we? Finally? Yeah. What I'm going to demonstrate first on both of the machines is 2 layers of denim, which is really different for me. I normally do 6 layers, but I also normally sew 6 layers with a straight stitch. And what we're going to be sewing on these 2 layers of denim are the decorative outputs of Grandpa's machine with cam A and the decorative outputs of Kristen's backup machine, the 6020, with cam B in the back. I want to double check that because I'm pretty doggone sure it's cam B, but I had a real busy morning, so I may be mistaken. Yeah, it's cam B. I was pretty confident, but I wanted to be absolutely sure. So, let's start with Grandpa's machine, shall we? And if you're not familiar with Colormatics or anything, and you're going, color what? Let's zoom in a little bit on these knobs, and I'll show you how to set up Grandpa's machine for the first stitch on cam A, and that'll look like something like this. So you can see there, I think that's called a rickrack stitch, but I'm not absolutely sure. But anyway, we're going to do the blue stitch, we're going to do the yellow stitch, we're going to do the orange stitch, and then we're going to do the purple stitch. And then we'll jump over to Kristen's backup machine and do cam B in the same manner, okay? So let's set it up to sew, shall we? So again, the beauty of the Colormatics series, when they first came out, is that it was supposed to make it that much easier for the end user, because all you had to do was match the color on the 3 knobs and you were good to go. So let's do that, shall we? Our first stitch again is going to be a blue stitch, so we have to set all of the knobs, and I can just barely see my little screen, so I may have to change this setup, but I'm going to go with it for now. So again, the first stitch we're going to do is this blue one. So I've got to turn this knob, and this knob right here controls a couple of things. It's going to control needle position. It's also going to control the cam output as well. And then it has standard settings for basic straight stitching and zigzag, which is what it's set on right now. So let's turn it and head over towards blue. We got that set on blue now. I hope you can see that in the shot. Now we're going to take this stitch controller, and we already have it on blue. But if we didn't, let's say we were way over here, then we have to move it all the way over to the blue setting over here. And this control is going to do a couple of things right here. It's going to control stitch length. It's also going to have a reverse right here. Finally, this knob on the bottom is going to be our stitch width, but it also has to be set for cam output, so we're going to move it until we see blue, because again, we're doing a blue stitch. This has to be blue, this has to be blue, this has to be blue. Done. So let me get my denim in place, and we'll see if we can do our first cam generated stitch. And that is one super big piece of denim for 4 stitches, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Let me cut that down a little bit. I need about half that amount. I actually need less than half of that amount. There we go. I might as well cut the backup machine's piece of denim down as well. There we go. That makes more sense, doesn't it? All right, let's get that into place. And I do not have the extension beds on. And I'm actually leaving it like this, kind of like I did with Emma's. No, I'm switching them because they're both from the same neck of the woods in Florida. Like I did with Maddie's 222K, I operated that featherweight free arm without the extension bed during the entire premiere, I believe. I believe I did. Okay, let me check my camera shot. Okay, so again, we set all of these on blue. Let me zoom in and show you. That one is set on blue. That one is set on blue. That one is set on blue. And again, we're going to be aiming to do these stitches right there. All right, let's head down to the needle and see what we get. The voice of confidence. Here we go. And I've got 2 foot controllers on the floor, so I better remember to press the correct one. You know what I mean? Okay. So once again, this is Grandpa's Model 6010. And we're going to be doing stitch number 1 on cam A. All right, here we go. Wait, is my take-up arm all the way up? It is not. Always try to start with your take-up arm in the highest position, folks. I'm going to move these cams to the back by our Swedish friend. And if you didn't notice when we opened this up, both of our kings from Sweden are present, and also our Swedish girl as well are present too. So it's a party. It's a party. All right, here we go. The blue stitch on cam A. Yeah. Oh yeah, I ended in the up position. That hardly ever happens. That's a victory right there. Let me turn my music down just a little bit. I love the background of music, but I don't want it to be a distraction either. All right, so press our foot up. Let's go ahead and rotate this around. And we're going to keep on marching through these stitches. Yes, we are. And then we'll look at all of them once we're done. You're going to catch a glimpse of them anyway, I think, as I probably bring it near the the needle area. I got to move this garbage can because I keep having to reach way across. Beautiful stitching. Beautiful, beautiful stitching. All right, so now we're going to do our second stitch. I've got so much room. Let me move that over a little bit. We're going to do our next stitch, which is going to be the yellow stitch. So we got to set the machine up for yellow. You know what I mean? We got to go yellow. So we're going back over to our controls again, right about there. Oh my goodness. These little glasses that I wear during premieres are so filthy. Give me just a moment to spray them off. The boys, you can't hear them because they say it very quietly, but they just whispered, they said, "We gotcha." And by getting me, they mean that I was expecting to come in, because they helped me out getting things set up, and I expected to come in and find the 2 Swedish beauties set up, and then I come in and they're watching the premiere that already occurred about Jean's machine, the featherweight, and, well, you know the rest of it. They are tricky little guys sometimes. They really are. They're super tricky. Tricky, tricky, tricky! Oh yeah, that's better. I can actually see out of them now. Sort of. I still need to go to the eye doctor and get new contacts, new glasses. Yeah, eventually. Okay, so we're going yellow now. Our next stitch is going to be yellow, so we have to change this knob from blue to yellow, which is just one turn counterclockwise. This one right here is good to go. This again is our stitch length and our reverse knob. Yellow and blue share the same setting, so we're good to go. Don't need to do a thing with this one. Same thing with this one down here. There's a rainbow setting that covers, what is it, green, red, yellow, blue, I believe. Green, red, yellow, blue. So that one is good to go as well. I'm not going to touch that one. So let's do our next stitch off, which is going to be the yellow stitch. I'll change my camera shot and we'll jump into this next one. Yeah, they can catch a little glimpse of that one we just did. All right, lock the camera in place. Let's go to the yellow stitch. Probably better off just calling them by color so I don't call them by the wrong name, but oh well. Take up arm at the highest position. Let's jump into this next yellow stitch. Here we go. I was just checking my thread to make sure it wasn't snagged on the back. That's happened to me a couple of times. Yes, in the up position again. You know how they have that little notch on the thread where they have that little piece of the thread kind of snagged in there when you buy a brand new spool? Sometimes, depending on the spool, as that thread is turning, the thread will hit that little groove and will lock it. That's happened to me a couple of times. And then it creates all kinds of havoc. It creates all kinds of havoc. That's such a pretty stitch. I wish I had a name for it other than yellow. Do any of you have a name for this stitch? This stitch right here in the front is the one we just did. The one in the back is the first one that we did. It almost looks like a bird's foot or something, doesn't it? Kind of like when a bird walks and it leaves a little print. Kind of like a crowfoot or something. I don't know what you'd call it. I'm just going to stick with yellow. One of you super smart students and fellow teachers can come up with a fun name for it. Type it in the chat if you have one. For either one of them, for that matter. Either one of those stitches. All right, let me line this one up. So now we've already done the blue and the yellow stitch. Now we're going to do the orange stitch, which kind of looks like an EKG, I think is what Emma called it. Actually, the orange and the purple stitch are different variations of an EKG type thing, but you may have a totally different outlook on it. And if you do, once we get to laying that stitch down, you can call it what you'd like. That's the fun of the classroom, is we're more concerned about having fun and learning new stuff than nitpicking something, right? Yeah, we are. So I'm going to go to the orange stitch now. I'm not going to take the camera over there this time to show you the settings because you're really smart and we're just changing from yellow to orange. So I'm turning the cam knob, which is the upper left one, from yellow to orange. Now I'm taking the stitch length and I'm changing that from the yellow over to the orange. And lastly, the stitch width on the bottom, it's already on the rainbow setting, which includes orange. No, it doesn't. It includes red. I almost made a mistake there. The other setting on the stitch width is purple and orange together. And so I just moved it over to the orange setting. Just double checking because Grandpa's is faded a little bit. I just want to make sure that I'm correct. Yep, I am. Yeah, the rainbow one has red, it doesn't have orange, but when it starts to fade, it's sometimes hard to tell the difference between the two, you know? So, okay. Now we've got it set right. So all three knobs are set on orange now. Now we're going to go for the EKG type stitch. As I believe Emma or one of my medical people calls it an EKG. It might have been one of my nurses too. Pretty sure it was Emma. All right, here we go. Our orange stitch next. Once my take-up arm is at the highest position. Okay, here we go. And I ended in the up position again. This is insane. That hardly ever happens. Yeah, the needle swing on an EKG type stitch is so much less than some of the other stitches that we've done. We just kind of rattled down that almost like turbo speed, didn't we? All right, let me clip the rest of these threads. So this is the last one we just did right here. You can kind of see it in the shot. I think you can. Yeah, you can. So the EKG is way on the right, or whatever you want to call it. The bird thing in the middle, which is the yellow stitch. And then on the far left, we've got the blue stitch. So blue, yellow, orange. Now we're going for purple. Now we're going to go for purple. Oh, I didn't sew that EKG one very straight. See if I can sew this next one straighter and kind of offset my crookedness. Maybe. You never know. Okay, so now we're going for purple. And I'm going to show you again just for reinforcement. Because that's the way we learn things. We see it again and again and again, or we do it again and again and again, if you're a tactile learner. And then it sticks with us. It sticks with us like glue. Okay, so there's our three knobs. So now we're going for purple. Right now we're set on orange, which is also, I believe, red. Orange and red share the same spot. So I've got to turn it one click to the left, and I actually had to fill in the purple because it was totally faded. So if it looks a little bit wonky, that's because I am not the greatest artist, but that's our purple setting now. And this again is our cam knob and also our needle position. So now I'm going to go over to this knob over here, which is our stitch length. And we're on orange right now, and I need to go back to purple going that way. Yes, I filled that one in too. So if it looks, it's not quite as good as factory, but it's close, sort of. This is our stitch width down here, and we're already on purple because we had to be on orange, as you can see, and orange and purple share the same space on this knob, so I'm not going to do a thing with that. All right, so purple, 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 and let's go back to the needle and sew off this last stitch on cam A on Grandpa's machine. A fun song, isn't it? I like reggae, don't you? Reggae just, you know how some music is just playful? That's the way I always think of reggae music. It's playful, isn't it? Yeah, it is for me anyway. Okay, our final stitch on Grandpa's machine from the cam A that's in the back of it. Let's see what this stitch looks like. I think it's going to look kind of a little bit like an EKG as well, but slightly different. Here we go. I ended in the up position again, but I tipped over the foot controller. That was awkward. All right, I'll get it. I got it. I got it. Press your foot up. So you can see the difference. Well, you'll see the difference shortly. You'll see the difference between these two, what I'm affectionately calling EKG type stitch patterns. the one on the far left is the one we just sewed. The one on the right is the one that we sewed first. So they're both kind of cool. I like them both. They're just a little bit different. So this represents all of cam A right here. And we'll take a closer look at these stitches before we jump over to the backup machine, the 6020, and do the same thing, but we're going to be using the cam B that is designed for that machine, not this machine. Don't put cam B in this machine, not the one that's in the backup machine right now, or you'll break a needle. Okay, so let's look at all of these, shall we? Debating how I want to set these up. Set them up like that, I guess, huh? Yeah, let's do that. Hopefully I didn't kick the camera too badly. Yeah, not too badly. So once again, what we were aiming for, let me go up to Grandpa's machine. We were aiming to generate stitch output like this. The blue stitch, and this is cam A again. The blue stitch, the yellow stitch, the orange stitch, the purple stitch. Now let's actually look at the stitching. Yeah, we'll look at 2 groups at a time, I think. So again, stitch 1 and 2 is what we're looking at right now. Yeah, that's some nice stitching, very nice stitching. And again, if you sew a decorative stitch on denim, you're not going to get the same level of definition that you will on, say, some sort of a cotton blend with a stiffener in it. But you're still going to get some really good stitch definition. So that again is stitch 1 and 2, or known also in circles of color as stitch blue and stitch yellow. Blue's on top, yellow's below that. Yellow is the bird feet, as I call them. Now, let's go down another couple rows. Now we're in EKG land, as Emma calls it. We've got on the upper row, we've got the orange stitch, and then on the bottom row, the purple stitch. Beautiful stitching as well. And the totality of stitching for the top stitch. Yeah, I think that's some really lovely stitching that Grandpa's machine just did. And needless to say, right after it hit the concrete, it wouldn't have done this. Nah, not even close. But I think Kristen will have a lot of fun having Grandpa's machine back and using this cam A. And we didn't discuss it, but if she has an interest in getting additional cams, or maybe has the additional cams already back in Minnesota, then she's all set. But again, I just want to caution you, not only the stitch pattern, but also the stitch pattern color on the cam needs to match what's on the machine up here. And again, if you want to be a rebel and try a cam in one of your Colormatic machines, just make sure that you hand turn it before you throttle it up with that foot controller. Otherwise, you might get a shock as that needle strikes the throat plate area. So, just word to the wise: the stitch pattern and the stitch pattern color needs to be compatible fully with what's on the machine and what's on the cam itself. Okay? I've said it a lot, but I just want to really be clear about that, okay? So back over to these gorgeous stitches that Grandpa's machine just did. Let's turn it around now and look at that lock stitch, okay? Is that little fluffy duffy thing there? Hold on a second. I'm going to cut off a fluffy duffy. There we go. All right, this is our lock stitch. With all of the stitch output for Cam A for this model 6010. Let's start over here. We'll look at those top 2 rows first. Very, very good lock stitching. And there's a lot of needle movement with that, folks. And again, we're sewing it on denim, 2 layers of denim. We're not sewing it on a light cotton blend with a stiffener in the middle. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful stitching. I love it. Grandpa's machine is rocking it. Grandpa's machine is rocking it. So again, the stitching that we're looking at right now, I'll take my hand off the camera temporarily. These represent the blue and the yellow stitch. The blue stitch is on top, the yellow stitch is below, and this is the lock stitch for Cam A on Grandpa's model 6010. I might just barely bump up that upper tension to define this even a little bit more, to kind of tighten it up even a little bit more. But I'm very pleased with that stitch. And again, the operator of the machine will sometimes see it a little bit differently. Someone else looking at this will be absolutely tickled pink. But I might just tighten it up a little bit. And again, if you're brand new to VSM, if you're brand new to this channel, our upper tension control, which on this machine is this dial, where is it? This dial right here is our upper tension control adjustment. On both of these machines, another factor in delivering great stitch quality is also the presser foot controller, and that's inside of the faceplate, and it's numbered on both of these models. But that's our upper tension that we're looking at right there. You can see that we have it set just a little bit above what they consider the sweet zone, which is that red dot. We've got it right around 6 instead of 5. And I do that automatically because I know we're going to be sewing at a higher level than typically they were anticipating people would be sewing at using one of these Swedish beauties. Yeah, I do the Sewing Olympics. You already know that. It's what we do. It's how we roll. So, once again, I'm very pleased with these 2 stitches. Now let's look at the next 2 rows, which are our EKG rows. So again, the first one on top is going to be our orange, and then on the bottom is our purple. Beautiful, beautiful stitching. But again, I'm just looking at it at a surgical critical level. I would bump up the upper tension just slightly to tighten these up even a little bit more. But they're beautiful stitches, aren't they? I think we're definitely operating at a page 34 as we're laying down the stitching on Grandpa's machine for all 4 of these stitches. And again, we're looking at the lock stitch right now. So totality of the stitching, I think it's spot on. I think it's absolutely spot on. Beautiful, beautiful stitching that Grandpa's machine laid down. And now we're going to move over to the backup machine, which is a 6020, and we're not going to be sewing Cam A, we're going to be doing Cam B. All right? So goodbye just for a little bit to Grandpa's machine, and we're heading over to this 6020, which again was originally earmarked as a donor machine. And this machine is probably breathing a sigh of relief that Kristen was so daggone smart in bringing her machines to the workshop, because someone else, they probably would have pulled this machine apart and then discovered that it wasn't fully compatible with a 6010 Grandpa's machine. And by that point, they may have damaged something. So thank goodness Kristen is so daggone smart. But there's a lot of smart people over in Minnesota, right? Even though we kid them a lot about their football team. Probably about other things too, like their 10,000 lakes. What's that about? Who actually went out there and counted all 10,000 lakes? I'm not buying it. I bet you they have 9,999 and they just rounded it up. Because Minnesota people, they like to round things up. They just do. It's what they do. It's how they roll. I'm sorry to say that, but it's true. Okay, so let's first of all open it wide like we did on Grandpa's machine and look at these three knobs. So again, the knob on the upper left is going to be for needle position and for setting the cam stitch output. The knob just to the left of it on top is going to be our stitch length. The knob on the bottom is going to be our stitch width. I think I got those right, pretty much. Oh, and also, I'm sorry, upper right knob is also reverse as well. Now, the other thing I didn't mention it. Okay, let me change my shot because I missed something. I missed something that was worth mentioning. I missed something that was worth mentioning about these Colormatics, both the 6010 and the 6020. And that is that this stitch width knob on this machine and this machine can technically pull out, and then you can rotate it clockwise to deliver the different stages of a buttonhole. If you didn't know that, it's true. Never mess with it, never do it. But I did make sure that it was working on both of the machines. So there you go. So this machine knob again is stitch width. It also can deliver a buttonhole if you pull it out and then turn it. Same thing on the backup machine. Okay? The 6020. Yeah, I wish we had a cool name for this backup machine like we do Grandpa's machine. Maybe we do. Let me check my notes real quick to see if I forgot something, which is entirely possible. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I think what I don't remember for absolutely sure. I'm kind of spitballing here. But I believe what Kristen was calling this backup machine is Mesa, M-E-S-A, or something like that. Hold on a second. Oh, that's right. Hold on a second. I moved it underneath the workbench. Y'all just listen to this cool music while I try to confirm this. Because I'd like to give it a name if we can give it a name. Yeah, I would. Yeah, let me change the shot a little bit so we can look at all of this backup machine while I'm crawling underneath the workbench to get to the case where there might be an additional note. La 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 la. Hey, I was right. It is, Kristen's referring to this backup machine as a M-E-S-A. So I think you would pronounce that Mesa or Misa. Let's just say Misa. Misa sounds cooler than Mesa. But look, why don't we just spell it? Then we know that we can't be wrong. So this is going to be our M-E-S-A machine. And that could even stand for an acronym. I don't know. But this is our MESA machine, and then Grandpa's machine is the one that we already sewed off on. So, anyway, let's set up this MESA machine. Mesa. Yeah, I'm going to stick with MESA. I could use military equivalents. Mike, Echo, Sierra, Alpha. Yeah, that takes too much time. All right, let's set these up, okay? These three knobs. While we're listening to this cool drum solo. So the first stitch on the MESA machine that we're going to be sewing is a blue stitch machine. Stitch. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So we're going to set blue. We're going to set this first knob to blue. And I always forget which way I have to turn it. Let's turn it this way. Let's turn it to blue. All right, we're on blue. Now our stitch length, we also have to turn to blue. And it's kind of almost there already. So I've got that on blue now, and this rainbow setting down here on the stitch width is also on blue already. It's on blue. Yep, I just want to double check. All right, so let's do now the MESA, which has cam B in the back. So we're going to be sewing, I'll show you on camera, we're going to be sewing these stitches right here on this backup machine, the MESA machine. These stitches right here are the ones we're going to be shooting for. So the cool one on the left, which is blue, we just set up for that. Then we're going to be doing yellow, then we're going to be doing red, then we're going to be doing green. Yeah, we are. We're going to be doing it. Yeah, that's cam B. I just want to see how it's different over here. See how this stitch pattern, this is a good example. I mentioned this, but I can actually show you. So you can see on Grandpa's machine, we're looking at Grandpa's machine right now. A lot of the stitches are going to match, but you can see that our fourth stitch on cam B is that pattern and it's blue. Now look at the backup machine. Once I get over there. See that? It's green. And that's where if you put cam B into Grandpa's machine, it looks like it's going to be pretty compatible, right? It's going to match. But what's going to happen is that needle is going to strike the throat plate because it's just a hair off as far as setting the boundaries of the needle swing on the machine. So just letting you know that again, just to be careful if you want to try out different color-matic cams in your machine. All right, so I think we've set it up now with blue, blue, and blue by way of the rainbow setting, okay? So this is again what we're going to be aiming for with our cam output, those 4 stitches right there. Okay, down to the needle after all that blah, blah, blah. And again, I'll have to remember, remember to push the correct foot controller because I have 2 on the floor right now. Okay, let's get this done. All right, here we go with MESA, the backup machine. Stitch blue on cam B. Here we go. Oh, take up arm. There we go. Now I'm ready. Hold on a second. That music is too loud. Turn it way down. There we go. Because I want you to be able to hear this Swedish beauty as well. Ah, see that? Grandpa's machine, I nailed it almost every time with the needle being in the up position. Here, I'm in the down position. It must be like an MESA thing or something. You never know. All right, so let me spin that around. And when you pull your thread, just because this machine, again, is going to thread, I didn't mention this, I should have. This machine, the flat side goes to the rear, and you're going to be threading it from front to back. So when you pull the thread, you know, you can pull it from a number of different angles, but I usually pull it to the right a little bit. And that's just my thing. So find out what works for you, but don't pull it against the needle so that you end up potentially bending the needle, which would be bad. Bad. because this is only a size 90 universal, and it's not that harpoon needle like we have been using in some of the other premieres recently. So a size 90 can bend more easily, obviously. So this is the stitch pattern that we just did. You can take a look at it right there. And it's going to match our Cam B output that's on the machine perfectly. I think that's really a cool stitch, don't you? So let me slide that back into position, and now we're going to be going for our yellow stitch. Going to be going for yellow, which means we have to set all of our knobs to yellow. And I'm going to do that off camera. And then once we move into our next stitch, which is red, I'll go ahead and show that to you again. And again, whenever you're adjusting these knobs on the right side of the machine, always, always, always make sure that your needle is clear of the material, because you're going to see movement as I'm making these setting changes. So everything has to go yellow now. So my cam knob, I'm turning from blue to yellow. My stitch length, we're already okay because blue and yellow are sharing the same space on the stitch length knob. So I don't have to do a thing with that. And I don't have to do a thing with the stitch width either, because yellow is part of that rainbow setting. So we're good to go. So I'm going to check my take-up arm, and we're ready to do our next stitch on this MESA machine, a 6020 KRISTEN'S backup machine. So many names, so little time. All right, here we go. Our next stitch. 3, 2, 1. I have it set too low, maybe. Hold on a second. I think I set it a little bit lower than I should have in the yellow range. All right, let me try that again. There's just a little bit of a margin within that color setting, and if you set it a little bit too low, depending on how your machine is calibrated, it may end up not feeding as well as it should. And that's kind of how I started, I think. A little bit on the low end. This is a very intense stitch when it comes to overlaying the thread. Very, very intense. I would hate to try this one with some of my upholstery thread. I kind of abruptly lifted my foot because I wanted to try to end in the up position, and I succeeded! Yay! Pressure foot up. So this is the one that we just did there. Isn't that an intense stitch? Look at that. That needle is going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth over the same area multiple times. Really laying down a lot of overlay on that stitch. A lot of overlay. All right, let me give that a clip real quick. Bring that thread to the rear. So here are the two stitches we did so far, again off of Cam B. So the one on the far left is our blue stitch, then our yellow stitch, and the next thing we're going to be setting up for is the red stitch. And I'll show that to you again just for reinforcement. But aren't those gorgeous stitches? Again, this machine was going to be sacrificed to be a donor, but we started with the end in mind, and that is that Kristen, in her heart of hearts, wanted to have two working machines so she could keep one at home and then take one out to the schools when she works doing costuming with the kids. And what a brilliant choice that was on her part. I mirrored and matched what my customer wanted. And I said, okay, let's start with that as our goal. That's what a goal looks like right there. That is just gorgeous. Let's get that back underneath the presser foot. And we're going to move on now to our red stitch, and I'll show you again how to set that. Not to insult your intelligence, but just because reinforcement in a classroom setting is the wisest way to learn new things, right? I think so. So again, we did blue stitch, we did yellow stitch, now we're going to do that red stitch, which kind of looks like a lightning bolt almost, doesn't it? Tell me what you think that red stitch looks like. Type it into the chat. If you agree, just say, I agree, it's a lightning bolt. You might see something totally different, and that's totally cool. All right, so let's set ourselves up for red now. Let's go red. Let's go red. Okay, so this knob right here, upper left, again is going to be our needle position and also designed for setting cam output. So I'm going to turn it one turn counterclockwise from yellow to red. And again, I hate to say it again, not to insult your intelligence, but just to emphasize, always make sure when you're making changes on these knobs that your needle is clear of the material. So we're set on red now with this one. Now we're going to go to this knob and we're going to look for red. We're still looking for red. So we have to go way down into this range over here. If we were doing a standard straight stitch, we would be down in the 0.5 range. And so I'm going to go a little bit to the edge of that just so I don't make it too short and we don't get good material feed. Now I'm finally going down to my bottom knob, which this again is stitch length and reverse right there in the middle. This is our stitch width, and we're looking for red. And our part of our rainbow is red. So we're good to go. Yep. Again, these are a little bit faded. They may not be faded to your eyes, but they're a little bit faded to mine. So I want to make sure. So red. Let's go over to the material now, and we'll sew this next stitch on this MESA backup machine, and we'll see what we think of that stitch. Here's the stitching we've done so far, which is absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, so without further ado, here comes our red stitch. Once I get my foot on the foot controller, we're going to get a red stitch. We hope. We might. Here we go. Ended up in the up position again. See that? This MESA was a little bit of a rebel, but it's saying, hey, I want to be like Grandpa. And so now it's cooperating and ending in the up position. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. So this is our red stitch. What do you think? That's kind of groovy looking, isn't it? That's totally cool. All right. Let me clip these threads and we'll do our next setting for our final green stitch on cam B with KRISTEN'S MESA machine, her backup machine, and we'll see what we think of that stitch. This is a totally fun song. It sounds kind of like something you would hear in the Indian culture, maybe. See what you think. If you hear a different style or a different genre, then type in the chat what style music you think this is. But I'm definitely seeing I'm seeing men dancing together. Is that weird? In some of the cultures, the men will dance together, which is, I don't think that's weird at all. It's the culture. But I see men dancing together right now, doing some sort of a dance, kind of like in a circle or something. Tell me what you see with this music. Mr. Bean. Hey, 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 hey. No, I think it's funny too, but we got to move forward, buddy. We got to move forward. All right, so now we're going to do a purple. No, we're going to do a green stitch. Ha ha ha! You threw me off, Mr. Bean. You threw me off. Now we're going to do a green stitch on cam B. So thanks for that, Mr. Bean. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Thanks a whole heap. All right, so we've done blue, yellow, red. Now we're going to do green. So let's set it up for green. Let's set it up for green, shall we? So our cam selector, we're going to turn it one turn to the left. And again, make sure your needle is clear of the material. And we're going to change our stitch length. No, we're not, because we're already on green. We're already in green and red, share the same area, so we're going to stick with that. And then last but not least, we've got our rainbow. And part of our rainbow is going to be green as well. I'm just going to double check. Yes, it is. So green, green, green. Let's do our final stitch on cam B on the MESA machine. Let's see what we think of this one. Bum. Turn my music back down. We're done with that fun song. I'll be interested to read your remarks and see what you saw with that style of music. All right, take up arm at the highest position. Here we go with our final stitch on the MESA backup machine, cam B, the green stitch. And here we go. Oh, I'm kind of in the up position. There we go. Yes. So there you go. That's the last one we just did right there. And again, depending on where you set that knob within that range of color, if you make it a little bit shorter, it's going to shorten that pattern output just a little bit more. If you edge a little bit more towards the right, then it's going to make that pattern length a little bit longer. So this is how I set it. This is what I got. You might get something different depending on where within that range you set it. I think it's gorgeous. Don't you think that's a gorgeous pattern? Those are the 4 that we just did on this backup machine using cam B. And we'll look at those a little bit closer once I clip the threads. Absolutely brilliant. So I've already told you about setting up the needle and threading the machine. Again, the flat side goes to the rear on both of these machines, and you thread it from front to back. When it comes to setting up the bobbin to go into the bobbin case, you want to make sure, and you know what? I'll actually show you. See if I have an extra bobbin. I guess I don't. I had an extra bobbin and bobbin case. Well, I don't. So what I'll do is I'll actually show you. Showing is better than telling sometimes, isn't it? I just have to show you those again, though. I love cam B. I really do. I am very fond of cam B. I like cam A a lot too. That's in Grandpa's machine. Don't get me wrong. So I actually pulled the bobbin case out, and generally when I'm doing something, I usually will hold the bobbin case in my left hand, and then I'll hold the bobbin in my right hand when I marry the two up together. But here you can see readily that the thread is coming off the bottom. Okay? Can you see that in the shot? I think you can. So the thread is coming off the bottom, so when you bring them together like this. And this is true of Grandpa's machine too. You have the bobbin case in your left hand, you have the bobbin in your right hand with the thread coming underneath. You bring them together like this with that slat. See that little slat right there? Orientated so that that slat is near. Slide them together. Bring your thread up into that slat. And then from there, you're going to drag it all the way down so that it goes underneath this band spring, like so. Okay, so now we're getting tension. If you don't bring it all the way underneath that band spring, you're not going to have tension, which means your top stitch, because again, the bobbin case is going to control the top stitch output. You're going to get a real wonky top stitch. So you just make sure it's all the way underneath that band spring, and then you're good to go. And obviously when this thread is being pulled out, the bobbin is going to be turning counterclockwise like this. If you put it in the other way, it's going to be turning clockwise, and you're going to have issues that arise like uneven stitching. You're also going to get stitches where the thread is breaking as well. Okay, so I'm just going to reinsert it into the raceway now. Snap it into place. And then when you're bringing that thread up, you want to make sure that you're rotating the balance wheel towards you. I'm just going to adjust real quick so we're back to a straight stitch again. Okay, I'm dropping that down in there. Oh, I also have to, see how my needle is offset right now to the left? That's because my knob on the upper left for cam output, I still have it on one of the colored settings, and I need to turn it back to the original setting of straight stitch and zigzag. There we go. That looks better. I'm going to rotate this and bring that thread up, and it won't pop all the way into place, the needle, until we do our first stitching. So bring that to the rear. Okay, giving that to the rear, so now we're set up again to resume sewing. Okay, excellent. Oh, I wanted to show you the stitching. This is what distracted looks like. Okay, so this is our top stitch. And again, we did cam B. The topmost stitch on the top row is going to be our blue stitch. Just below it is our yellow stitch. Then our red stitch. And finally, our green stitch that we did. So we'll look at the top two rows first. Again, that stitch on the second row is just incredibly intense, isn't it? Beautiful, beautiful stitching. We'll drop down to our next two stitches. Again, these are on cam B, and they are going to be, once I stop moving the camera, they are going to be the red and the green stitch. The red stitch and the green stitch. If I adjust the camera, they're going to be the red stitch and the green stitch. There we go. And again, I could tighten these up even more if I, within that color setting, within the range of red and green. If I move it towards a little bit, so it's going to shorten it up more, you can tighten these up even more than I did. Beautiful stitching. Totality of the stitching. This again is our top stitch. Stop right about there. Again, this is the full output for Cam B. And we're looking at, from the top row to the bottom row, we're looking at blue stitch, yellow stitch, red stitch, and then finally on the very bottom we're looking at the green stitch. I think they're gorgeous, don't you? Beautiful stitching. Let's turn around and look at the lock stitch. And again, if you use kind of a cotton blend, or maybe even 100% cotton with a stiffener, you're going to be able to get even better stitch definition than I did using 2 layers of denim. But I wanted to sew denim during this premiere because it's such a common fabric for people to sew. And I thought, why not do it with the decorative stitching? Because if I can get quality decorative stitching, which we have definitely gotten from Grandpa's machine and now from this MESA machine, this backup machine, then that just tells you if I use cotton and a stiffener, it's going to be off the charts. So this is our lock stitch again. And we're starting on the top with these 2 stitches, which again off of Cam B is our blue and yellow stitch. Yellow is our second row there, which I think these are spectacular. And again, I'm so impressed with that yellow stitch and the intensity of it, aren't you? But I'm equally impressed by the blue stitch and its intricacy. I mean, if you can imagine the amount of needle swing and manipulation of the feed dogs that's required to generate either one of these stitches, it's crazy. Absolutely page 34 stitching these machines have been delivering. Absolutely page 34. Let's drop down 2 rows and look at the next stitches, which are going to be our red and green stitch. Our red and green stitch. And again, we're looking at the lock stitching, folks. Lock stitches are always more difficult for a machine to generate because of the gravity factor of pulling that thread back up through the layers. Not to mention the friction, the resistance of making its way through heavy duty denim, heavy grade denim. Folks, those are gorgeous stitches. Let's look at the totality of the stitching. I think that KRISTEN'S backup machine, her MESA machine, has done a brilliant job. Again, we're looking at the lock stitch right now, generated off of Cam B, and it is a solid page 34. I might even say a page 34 plus. But I'm very pleased with how this machine performed. Again, with that broken cam stack, it could not have done this. And when you buy a machine that's a Colormatic series machine, it might not be a 60/20 like we're looking at right now, or like Grandpa's machine, a 60/10. But just understand that certain machines and certain machine models have well-known chronic issues. And the Colormatic series has a chronic issue with cracked cam stacks. So if you go to eBay, if you go to Etsy, if you go to one of those other sites, and you end up buying a Colormatic machine, because it looks really good, and maybe they even display some stitching with it, which maybe that machine did it, maybe it didn't. Just realize that this particular series, the Colormatic series, especially the 6000 series, which would include these 2 machines, the 6010, the 6020, they have a lot of cracked cam stack issues, just like this backup machine had. But not anymore. It's got a brand new cam stack and it is solid. And Grandpa's machine's cam stack looked really good. So that is the original one in his machine. So, all right. This is what Cam B looks like, if you wondered. And what a gorgeous lock stitch this machine just delivered. What a gorgeous lock stitch. All right, let me move this to the side. And let's move back over to Grandpa's machine. I'll actually leave this right here for right now until we get back to it. Let's move back over to Grandpa's machine. Again, Grandpa's machine is doing a rock solid job of laying down some beautiful, beautiful stitching off of Cam A. So I'm going to set this to the side just for right now. And I think on Grandpa's machine now we'll try sewing a little bit on the heavier side. We just did the delicate side. Now we're going to try to move towards a little bit of the heavier side. And again, if you're looking at the needle area right now and you're saying, boy, the lighting system must not be as good on the 6010. Nothing against Grandpa's machine, but it doesn't look as bright as the 6020. You guys are really smart. You already know where I'm going. Right now on Grandpa's machine, we've got an incandescent bulb. On the backup machine, we have an LED bulb, and that was at the customer's request again, just because it's more familiar set up like this, just like Grandpa would have used it. Okay, so why don't we do this? Why don't we see if we can sew on the heavier side? And we're not going to go crazy heavy on either one of these machines, but why don't we try doing a little bit of genuine elk hide? How's that sound? Let's do a little bit of genuine elk hide. We'll do a single layer of it. I'll kind of offset the stitch in case Kristen wants to try sewing it as well. We'll drop that down, and now I'm going to set the machine up. My needle is clear of the material. I'm going to set this machine up for straight stitching. Let me show you how to do that, just in case you're not sure how to do it. We can be sure together. Relatively sure anyway. So if you're setting up either one of these machines for regular straight stitching, the first thing you have to do is you have to adjust your cam knob here and move it to the default straight stitch zigzag setting, turning it clockwise. That's going to be a stretch stitch right there. We have to go one more click. And this right here is going to be your default for straight stitching and zigzag and also buttonhole. That's what that setting is. Let me zoom in on it a little bit so you can see it more clearly. I think you can see it fairly clearly, but we'll zoom in right on it. So that's where we have it set right now. You can see the different choices are straight stitch, closest to the machine, zigzag, and then right on the bottom we have buttonhole. So that's where you'll set it for general, any of those general stitch output that you're aiming for. Now we're going to go over to our stitch length control. And we're pretty much in the range, let's see, 2, 3. We're not going to go full out. We're going to go, why don't we set it right around 3? So we're going to get a little bit, we're going to still get a decent length, a straight stitch, but it's not going to be as large as it could be. And finally we're going to go down to our stitch width. And since we don't want to do a zigzag, we're going to turn this all the way down to 0. So we're going to set it all the way on 0, which is also where you would set it if you want to engage the buttonholer. You'll turn this all the way to 0, then you pull that knob out, and then you can rotate it through the different stages to make your buttonhole. And I would recommend that you have an owner's manual and kind of follow their directions in how to do that, because that's a very delicate mechanism in there and you don't want to do the wrong thing and break it. Okay? So we've got our stitch width on 0, our stitch length on 3, right around 3, and then we've got our cam and our stitch selector. Let's just call that a stitch selector. That's probably more accurate. We've got our stitch selector on the default setting, which we could use for straight stitch, zigzag, or for buttonholing. Okay? We'll just look at those again right now. So this is where we've got it set right now for straight stitching. Our stitch length, I'm totally off the machine. Our stitch length is on 3 right now. And our stitch width is set on this default setting right here that we can use for straight stitching or for buttonholing. Basically 0. We set it on 0. Yeah, that's what we did. All right, let's go on to the needle and we'll try stitching a row. And if you can see in the shot, if you're new to this channel, a single layer of elk hide is nothing to scoff at. It's probably between 3 to 4 ounces of leather. And again, because it's chemically processed, guess what? It galvanizes that surface when they use that chemical to process the leather. Kind of like the protected full grain leather. And it makes it that much more difficult to pierce through it. So we're going to see the power side of this Viking 6000 series, affectionately known as Grandpa's machine, how it does with a heavier duty sew-off like this. Okay? And again, always get your take-up arm to the highest position so that that needle bar is getting ready to go on its downswing, and you'll get better momentum and you'll get better piercing into that thicker, more difficult leather. And again, we're not using a leather needle. I want to emphasize that. We're using a Schmetz size 90, which is equivalent to a size 14 universal needle. So this is like a multi-purpose needle that Schmetz came up with that is supposed to be able to sew leather, silk, satin, you name it. It should be able to handle it. So it really is a brilliant design, assuming that it does what they say it does. I think it will. They're real smart people there. All right, so here we go. A single layer of genuine elk hide. Let's see how we do. That is such a teeny tiny little stitch. I'm guessing I probably need to increase our presser foot pressure a little bit more if I were going to be sewing a ton of this elk hide. Because again, when your stitch comes out a little bit more compressed, it's generally going to be a product of the fact that that presser foot is not pushing down hard enough and you're not getting as even feed during the stitch cycle as you could be. So, but I think I'm set right around, I'd have to look. I think I'm set just a little bit above the default right now. I'll peek in there real quick. Yeah, we're set on 4. I could bump it up a little bit. Let me see if I can sneak in there. I've got it, see when it threads through the faceplate, it's a little bit more awkward. That's the only thing about this model. Yeah, I just went up to about 4.5, almost to 5. So yeah, if you open up your faceplate when you're sewing, just kind of keep tension on those 2 threads down by the needle so that you don't have something slide out of position or something like that. So that's kind of what I just did. Hopefully I did it. I think I did it. I might have done it. So with that slight increase of presser foot pressure, I'm going to stitch off this elk hide just one more time and see if we see a little bit more of that stitch length being recognized. And again, the output of these 2 machines will be a little bit different because they're 2 different models. It's going to be just slightly different. Okay, so we're going to stitch off one more time going down this genuine elk hide, and then we'll look at the stitches a little bit more closely. Take up arm is up. Okay, here we go. Whoa, slow down, buddy, slow down. I looked off to the side and I just totally did a weird turn. So it's going to look, yeah, it's going to look weird. That's okay. Actually, it looks kind of cool. I'm kind of glad I did that. And I'll leave the tails on here just so we can see the 2. There won't be a dramatic difference because all we did was increase the presser foot pressure, but it may be a little bit different looking. There'll be a little bit more evidence of less compression on that stitch. All right, let's take a look at this. So the first sew off we did is the top row. The second sew off we did is the bottom row, and I might have to use my stitch holder for this one because this stuff tends to be a little bit wobbly. Okay, I'll set it down here. We'll just change the camera shot. Actually, I kind of like what I did with that. It kind of looks cool. All right, let's take a look at that again. So again, the one with the tail on it is the second one that we did. And the top row is the first row that we did. And we're not using a leather needle. So there you go. Yeah, I like it. It's going to be different than if we were using a leather needle. It's also going to be different because this is a model 6010. But all in all, I think we've got some good stitch output there. I think we've got some good stitch output. I would say, we're in the range of page 34. We're in the range of page 34. Totality of the stitching, and then we'll look at the lock stitch. Totality of the stitching, there we go. Yeah, it was made like a little arch or something like that. That's kind of cool. All right, let's spin it around and look at that lock stitch. And again, our top row is going to be our first row. Our second sew off is our bottom row. Let's take a look at those. And I got to angle those a little bit better than I am. So starting out, there's our totality of stitching right there. And if I zoom in on them, we'll get a closer look at those stitches, see what we think. And Elkai does have a nap. It definitely has a nap, so. I think those are gorgeous stitches. And I think with that slight increase in presser foot pressure, we have a little bit clearer resolution of that lock stitch, if you look right there. The spacing, the formation, and just the visibility of the stitch in the same area of the nap. One's higher, one's lower. We clearly have better visibility of that stitch right there. And that's a product of feed too. There too, right there. You look at the stitch definition right there compared to the top row. Just because the feed was a little bit better with that increased presser foot pressure, we've got better visibility of the stitch right there as well. Even in spite of the nap. So totality of the stitching, again, I think is absolutely spot on. I think it's a definite success with this single layer of Elkai. Generally, I'm pretty pleased with the Schmetz Universal needles, but when I compare it to what I get when I use one of their leather needles, you can see the clear difference. You really can. So I'm going to move this into our pile with our decorative stitching. Again, we're not going to be doing a ton of stitching. But we'll be testing different things out, see what we think. So I also have some of this saddle grade leather right here. This is some of that saddle grade leather that Emma sent me from Florida. I think we'll try needle swing on this. So we're going to lay down a zigzag on it. Once you can actually see it, that is. We're going to lay down a zigzag on this saddle grade leather and see what we think of that from a standpoint of stitch quality. Because other than the decorative stitching that we did through Cam-A, we haven't done any specific zigzagging yet. So we're going to zigzag through this stuff. And then we might lay down more of a satin stitch going down the other side of it as well. I thought about doubling this, but I don't know if I'm going to do that on these 6,000 ones. Again, because as they moved into the 6000 series machines, in contrast to the green machines, some of the parts that were metal originally went to plastic. But the overall design and quality of these two machines is still on the very high end within the Swedish Beauties, unlike some of the much later models that went almost full plastic. So I think we've gone through almost all of our songs. I think we did, actually. So that was reggae. Let's see here. You know what? Since Kristen works with young people in the schools, why don't we act like kids and go to some children's music? Oh, and this is one of my favorite ones that we're opening with, and I have to be naughty and have a little bit of playtime. A little bit of playtime. This is, and you've heard this before, no doubt you've heard this before. This is called Kazoom. Yes, that, if you're new to this channel, that is me playing the harmonica. Truly, it is. See? Ha 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 ha! All right, I'll put it away. I think Paula's one of my biggest fans when it comes to mouth harps, I think is what she usually refers to it as. Harmonica is such a wonderful instrument because it's so portable. I mean, you don't need to have a lot of space to carry one of those on a plane or elsewhere. All right, let's give this a try. And I apologize, I'm gonna set it up real quick for zigzag, which is real simple. We already have this set up for the correct stitch selection. You can see zigzag is the second one down. So all we need to do now is decide how wide and how long we want that zigzag. So we're going to take our stitch width first of all, and we're not going to go nuts, but we're going to go to right around 3. And we're going to take our stitch length, which is already on 3, so we can leave that sort of alone. We'll go 3, 3, and then zigzag here, and we'll try it out on this saddle grade leather. See what we think of it. Yeah, once we change our shop back. And you can see that from the side. That is not thin stuff. That is not garment leather. That's saddle grade leather. Right around 4 ounces. And again, we're using a non-leather needle. Here we go. Wow. 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 Yeah. Kids' music brings out the best in everything, including Grandpa's machine. I have no doubt that Grandpa was, oh my gosh, he was magic with kids. I have no doubt. Yes, he was. Oh. What a great song that is. That's called Kazoom again. If you ever want to look it up and see if you can find it wherever you find music. Oh man, and an equally gorgeous, look at that. I'm just going to show it to you. I can't wait. I'm like a little kid. I'm impulsive. That's our zigzag right there, and that's our lock stitch. Oh my goodness gravy. Oh my goodness gravy. Ha 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 ha! All right, let's do let's do a straight stitch now, going down. And I'm going to shorten it up a little bit. And I also have to, when we're going back to straight stitching, we have to take that stitch width and take it all the way back down to 0, right? Make sure your needle is clear of the material. And I think I'll shorten it up even a little bit more than 3 on stitch length. I'm going to go down to 2. All right, laying down a satin stitch or near satin stitch on saddle grade leather, it's a little bit of crazy. All right, take up arm at the highest position. Let's give this a go. Here we go. Oh man, look at that. Look at that. Oh, is that gorgeous? Oh my gosh. Let's take a look at these close up. That is, wow, 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 wow. There we go. I took a little effort to clip that thread. That thread was like, no, I don't want to be clipped. I like being long. You're not going to give me a haircut today. Okay, at last. Not only is saddle grade leather difficult to get through, but clipping the threads, holy mackerel, I feel like I need an energy drink after that. Okay. Yeah. Tell me about it. All right, I'm going to try this balancing it with the clippers, but I don't know if it's going to cooperate or not. We'll have to wait and see. So zigzag and a near satin level stitch with Grandpa's machine. Let's check it out. We already are checking it out. Boy, that was quick. How do you do that? Wow. That's all I'm going to say is wow. Wow! Now look at that upper edge to give you an idea of what we just went through with this saddle grade leather. That is insane. And this again is with a non-leather needle. Folks, I am all over page 34 right now. I am locked on it. Look at the side of that. Jiminy crickets. Holy mostaccioli. Holy mostaccioli! Totality of the stitching. Folks, that's art. That's art right there. Oh, I could look at that for a while. I think I might. While I get a drink. You can't see off screen right now, but I am doing a little dance. Nice. That was a fun song, wasn't it? That last one was called My Dog is Happy. The one before that was called Columbi. The next one before that was called Kazoom. And this one is called Good morning, Vietnam. No, just the good morning part. Just good morning. It's only good morning. Don't write me about that I'm promoting war, okay? That wasn't my goal. I was just giving you the song title, for goodness sakes. Blah, blah. Good morning. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is a good morning. I totally lost track of what we were doing. Okay, oh yeah, we're looking at the lock stitch now. That's right. All right, let me turn this around and show you the lock stitch. Single layer of saddle grade leather. And again, I know Kristen is going to be using this to do costumes. She's not going to be sewing necessarily a ton of leather, although some costumes are made out of leather. You bet they are. So it's good to know that her grandfather's machine can handle leather, even saddle grade. Absolutely gorgeous. Pause right there. Folks, I am declaring a page 34 throughout on this saddle grade leather. Totality of the stitching, which we will pause on and just admire for a little bit, because it is, what? Gorgeous! Gorgeous! Yes, it is! Grandpa's machine can sew! Yes, it can. All right, let's move that to the side as a definite pass. And now we're going to go over and do the same thing. The same thing. Over on the backup machine. Yes, we are. We're going to go over to the backup machine now. The machine that had a broken cam stack. But it ain't broken no more. So this is, again, we just got done sewing on Grandpa's machine, which is 6010. Now we're going to a 6020. The MESA machine. Mike Echo Sierra Alpha. Yeah, try saying that fast with a mouthful of Ritz crackers. It ain't gonna happen. And don't hate yourself just because I can say it. Or hate me. Don't hate me, please. All right, I think we're doing Elkite first, right? Yeah, we are. Because that's what we did on Grandpa's machine. So let's do Elkite. What did we do? We did a zigzag, right? Yeah, we did. Is this a little bit wider? Because this is really skinny. I'm going to have to really be accurate. It's too much pressure. It's too much pressure. All right, so we're going to lay down a zigzag down this single layer of elk hide, and I'm going to set it up just like I did the other machine for a zigzag. The stitch selector is already set on that multi-setting stitch, where you can do a straight stitch, a zigzag, or a buttonhole. And now we're going to move the stitch length down to 3, like we did on Grandpa's machine. And now we're going to move the stitch width over to 3 as well. All right, here we go. A zigzag on the backup machine, aka the MESA machine. All right, here we go. Single layer of elk hide. Here we go. Ended right with the music. The only unfortunate thing is I ended in the down position, which is great if I was going to rotate it, but I'm not going to. Ooh. Blah, blah, blah. All right, let's check it out. Bow, 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 bow. Oh, I just goofed up. On Grandpa's machine with the Elkite, I did two different straight stitches. I did one with increased pressure foot pressure, the other one without. So we're kind of mixing it up and keeping it real here. This is our Elkite, and we just laid down a zigzag. Now we need to lay down a straight stitch. Yeah, we do. I tried to be so organized, and sometimes it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Okay, so I'm going to straighten that out. Now I'm going to do a straight stitch. Finally. At last. Now we're going to do a straight stitch. Alright, here goes the straight stitch. Just a little bit. Alright, straight stitch now, which is what I should have done in the first place. Yeah, any rate. Well, you won't be charged extra for that zigzag on here. It's going to be the same price, okay? Now, I'm not talking to Kristen. I'm talking about all of you viewers. That was a bonus. Say thank you. All right, let's check this out. I should put them in the order we did them. Sort of. All right, let's take a look at this. We did a zigzag first, which is okay. And then we did a straight stitch. All right, let's check these out. So a single layer of Elkite again, about 3 to 4 ounces of leather. Absolutely gorgeous stitching. Gorgeous, gorgeous stitching. And again, look at that top edge to give you an idea of the thickness of that leather. Totality of the stitching? It's kind of a big piece, isn't it? Beautiful. Whoops. Beautiful stitching. Beautiful stitching. Let's turn it over and look at the lock stitch. Bum, bum. Somebody's practicing scales. I remember doing that when I was in band. All right, let's zoom in on these. This is our lock stitch on the MESA machine, the backup machine that Kristen is going to use. Beautiful stitching. Absolutely gorgeous stitching. And again, remember, every piece of elk-hide leather or any other type of leather, the hide has different thicknesses. So this particular piece I used on this machine may not be exactly identical to the one that we just sewed on Grandpa's machine. It may be a little bit different. Also, the nap is going to vary as well. But that is a gorgeous, gorgeous example of lock stitching. Yes, it is. Totality of the stitching, absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot on. Even though we're in the cheap seats and it's hard to see it, we zoom in a little bit. The magic of zoom. No, really, that's a gorgeous lock stitch on this single layer of elk hide. Now we have to move on and do saddle gray leather just like we did on Grandpa's machine. Let me move this to the side as a definite pass. Throw that over there. All right, let's zoom in a little bit. Get ready for our saddle grade leather. These folks are going to be exhausted after they get done with all these scales. Holy mackerel. Okay, let's see here. Okay, let's move into some saddle grade leather. And we're going to do it right this time. We're going to do a zigzag and then we're going to do a straight stitch near satin range. Actually, I've got a longer piece right here. Let me use this one. All right, starting with the zigzag. Get ready for it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it is. All right, a zigzag, and our settings are 3 and 3. Let's see what we get. Here we go. Here we go. 2, 3. Oh, and I ended in the up position. Glorious! What a beautiful zigzag. What a beautiful zigzag, and through a single layer of saddle grade leather. Compliments of my dear friend Emma from the great state of Florida. If you're not familiar with that story, she was out shopping somewhere in another town and saw a leather store, went inside and said, "Hey, I got a friend up in Wisconsin. He does a lot of sew-offs. Would you like to sell him some leather?" They said, "Sure." And this is one of those pieces right there. Wow. Wow. All right, let's bump down that stitch length now and do a straight stitch near satin level, right around a 2. Here we go. Oh, that ends so abruptly. I hate when they do that. Don't you? All right, here we go. Not quite satin, but really, really close. Yeah, that is pretty daggone close to satin, actually. And by satin, I mean it is down in the teeny tiny range. Super teeny tiny. All right, let's check this out. I can already tell you what I'm seeing. Beautiful stitching. Well, let's come out a little bit and you can look at the totality to start with. The spacing, the formation, the presentation of the stitching, both the zigzag on top and the near satin stitch on the bottom are absolutely what we want to be seeing. Those are absolutely spot on. Page 34 without a doubt. Let's zoom in and take a closer look. Wow. That is some gorgeous, gorgeous stitching. Again, this is with a non-leather needle. Not to mention saddle grade leather. Oh my gosh. Beautiful, beautiful page 34 stitching, folks. And again, that is, I mean, that's just an example of what a machine looks like when it's sewing at the top of its game. I mean, truthfully. Beautiful stitching. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful stitching. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Spinning around, look at that lock stitch. That's our lock stitch right there. Well, we're almost at totality of stitching right there. Let's come out a little bit more. Totality of the stitching. Just everything about that is glorious, absolutely glorious. You look at the way that those stitches present, the zigzag and the near satin stitching, and it's exactly what we want to be seeing from stitching, especially when we're using a non-leather needle. It's absolutely mind-blowing how beautiful that is. Let's zoom in and look at it closer. Wow. I kind of wish we were using upholstery thread, because then you could really, really see this stuff popping. That's okay. The thread we're using, by the way, is around a 30 weight, kind of a, I won't say a cheapy thread by Coats & Clark, but it's not the highest end thread. It's not like that trilobal thread that we've used several times. The yellow stuff that Coats & Clark uses. This is more of a poor man's thread, which is why I bought it. Let go of the camera when you're laughing, Scott. You're gonna make us seasick. It's more of a low-end thread that you can get from a local retailer. It's a 30 weight thread, but it's not anything fancy. It's not embroidery thread. It's definitely not upholstery thread. It's basic bare bones thread, and yet it's still doing a fabulous job going through saddle grade leather. That's cool. That's super cool. Folks, that saddle grade sew off is such a no-brainer pass, and a page 34. Very, very pleased with how this backup machine, this MESA machine, is delivering. It's doing a spot-on job. So let's throw that down with our elk hide and with all of our cam output sewing. Let's see what we're going to sew next. Maybe I'll do some of that tire material next, huh? Some of that really cool black tire material that I sewed off for the first time in a recent premiere. We're back over by Grandpa's machine now, the 6010 by Viking. So let's see. Let's sew that rubberized material now, the black stuff. Like I said, it looks like a recycled tread basically. I'll show you what I mean. And we're gonna do a zigzag, and we're gonna do maybe we'll just do a zigzag. I might just do a zigzag with it. Yeah. And I've already shown you how to set the stitch selector to zigzag. It's already there. All right, let's try that black material. That's kind of a spooky material. It's like sewing a recycled tire, but whatever. You know, and it's super long as well. Maybe I should shorten it. It's like this is the length of it right now. We're still going. Yeah, I'll probably cut it down a little bit so we don't spend a half an hour to sew with one sew off here. Oh, what the heck. Why don't we just do the whole thing? I'll just run it past the camera so you can see it more readily. We'll go right down the middle of it. Okay, so I'm going to do a zigzag on this. I'm going to set my stitch width right around, we'll do a wider one this time. I'll do it like around 3.5. We did the other ones at 3. We'll go 3.5. We'll do the same thing with our stitch length. We'll set it right around 3.5. And again, this is a long piece of material, so we're going to be sewing it for a while. We're going to be going and going and going like the Energizer Rabbit. All right, you ready? Take up arm at the highest position. Here we go. Grandpa's machine is rocking it. Totally rocking it. Oh my goodness gravy. Grandpa, you're doing fabulous. Grandpa's machine is, wow. Looking for my clippers. I'm doing double duty with these two Swedish beauties here. All right, let's get this clipped, and then I'll show you our stuff. The side that has like a line mark on it, which is probably a tread mark, who knows, is the lock stitch. The other side is the top stitch. So we're going to look at the top stitch first. I'll start, we're going to keep going for a while. Oh, we can actually zoom in a little bit more. Let me set it right there. Yeah, let's get a little bit closer. There we go, that's pretty good. This is a fun song. What is this called? Do we know? Happy Mistake. Happy Mistake is this one. All right, let's check this out. I'm just going to keep going and going and going. You ready? Back again. We're going to run a marathon today at this Olympics. Yes, we are. Unbelievable. Gorgeous, gorgeous stitching. Unbelievable. Let's look at the lock stitch. And again, that little line above the stitching is the, I don't know, it's the mark on the original rubber or something. I have no idea. This stuff is real thin, but it's like patio blocks when you're sewing it. And yet Grandpa's machine went through it like a hiccup. This is our lock stitch, folks. This is our lock stitch. We're still going. Back the other way. Almost made it to the end of the song. Well, folks, that is a definite pass between the top stitch, the lock stitch. It's absolutely page 34 plus. And again, although this material is thin, if you look at it real close, you can see the texturing of it. It's the equivalent of going through a rubberized version of acrylic fiber that they make awnings out of. They could make awnings out of this stuff. It's that strong. So I'm going to throw that down by other sew-offs. And we're going to move over to the backup machine, the MESA machine, and do the same thing. Do the same thing. So I got to remember what my settings are. 3.5, 3.5 on stitch width and length. All right, let's go over to the backup machine, which again is going to be a model 6020. And I'll show you how to do the settings on this just as reinforcement again. Okay, so for reinforcement, we're wanting to do a zigzag on the tire material. Our stitch selector already is on zigzag, so we're good to go. Again, this particular point on the stitch selector, you can do a straight stitch, a zigzag, or a buttonhole. Then we're going to move this over here from 2 to, what do I have it at? Actually, I didn't realize it. I had Grandpa's machine set. Let's see, that would be 3.5, 3. I do have it set on 2. Jiminy crickets. So I'm going to leave this set on 2 right there, and then I'll move my stitch width also. See where I'm at here. 3.5. No, I have it at 3.5. I'm reading that number wrong. Comes from Dirty Glasses. So 3.5 is what we had Grandpa's machine on. Yeah, 3.5. So I have to move this one to 3.5 as well. There we go. We'll get it right. So stitch selector on zigzag, 3.5, 3.5. Scott, clean the glasses. We'll get the rubber material underneath the presser foot first. Ugh. How do glasses get dirty when all you do is put them on your face and wear them? I mean, I'm not like driving a country road with the dust kicking up, you know what I mean? Probably can't even see them, can you? Yeah, they're dirty. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Dr. Singer, can you hand me a Kleenex there? Although they say you're not supposed to clean your glasses with Kleenex, right? Because Kleenex are supposed to be really abrasive. Oh yeah, that's better. That is definitely better. All right, let's change the shot. So we got that all set up. 3.5 is where we were going. All right, take up arm at the highest position. Here goes the backup machine doing the same sew off on a super long piece of what I'll call recycled tire. Here we go. All right, Scott, focus on the material because you're like looking off to the side there for a second and you're all over the place, buddy. You're all over the place. Not too bad. Beautiful stitching. I'll have to look into that trilobal stuff and see if they sell different colors other than the yellow. Does someone want to look it up right now and type in the chat what colors they offer that trilobal embroidery thread in? Because I've really enjoyed that stuff. I think you have too. It's called Trilobal Embroidery Thread by Coates and Clark. If someone wants to look it up, see what colors they have. Now, I don't have anything against the yellow. The yellow is super cool. But maybe they have other colors too. Yeah. All right, let's check this out. And this is our top stitch we're looking at first. And I've got to look over my shoulder and just see if I've got it lined up right. Yes, I do. All right, from start to finish. The problem when you look over your shoulder, it's like trying to ride a bike and look over your shoulder. It's not a good choice. Folks, that is a solid page 34 zigzag through this recycled tire stuff. I'm going to turn it over. We're going to look at the lock stitch now. Whoops. There we go. So now we're looking at the lock stitch. Let me line that up and we'll run it across again. A very long sew off. Very, very long. right at the end. Perfect. Well, I'm going to give both sides, this top stitch and also this lock stitch, a solid page 34. As a matter of fact, I would almost go plus on it. Page 34 plus. I'm going to throw that to the pile that we're creating. And now we're going to be jumping into another sew off. And it's probably going to be, let's see if I have two of these too. Well, that would be fun. Why don't we try that? I've got a piece of saddle grade leather and I've got a piece of elk hide. We can sew them back to back using a zigzag on Grandpa's machine. What do you think? Yeah, I think we should do it. They're different lengths though, so I got to crop it down a little bit. We'll do the same thing when we pop back over, or since we're already over here, we could just do it on the backup machine first, couldn't we? So I've got a piece of saddle grade leather on top, and then this is elk hide. See that? We're going to put them back to back and sew through them, laying down a zigzag. Whenever you do a stitch that has needle swing, it right away makes it tougher, which is why we're going to try to do it with a non-leather needle. Yeah, it is. All right, here we go. This should be pretty doggone exciting. It's a playroom, folks. You're going to hear kids. What a cutie. All right, a layer of elk hide and saddle grade leather back to back on the backup machine. The model 6020. Can you hear that little baby? This song is called the Bunny Hop. All right, here we go. This should be exciting. Boom, boom. The only adjustment I'm going to make is, no, I'll leave it. We'll leave it at 3.5, 3.5. We'll leave it exactly the same way. Here we go. Whoa, it's saying that is thick stuff for a non-leather needle. Let's try it again. I didn't give enough gas to launch and it hit that leather and it was like, are you out of your mind, buddy? Are you out of your mind? Wow, even with my light foot on the gas, I launched it again and it was like, yeah, we can get this done. We can get this done with Kristen's backup machine, her MESA. Yeah, it is. There we go. Okay, we sewed from the top down, so this is our top stitch, which is on top of the elk hide. And then we've got the saddle grade on the bottom. Look at that thickness. Only on this channel, folks. Only on this channel. Oh my goodness, this is a hoot. All right, let me get my clips to hold this up. There we go. I think I got it. I think it'll stay. It might stay. A zigzag needle swing going through a layer of elk hide and saddle grade leather on this backup machine. Unbelievable. Let's take a look at this. Look at that thickness, folks, on top. Are you serious? Unbelievable. Totality of the stitching. Folks, a solid page 34. As a matter of fact, considering the difficulty of this with a non-leather needle and some cheapy type thread, nothing against Coates & Clark, but they sell cheaper brands, they sell better brands. The Trilobal, top of the line. This stuff, not so much so. It's more of a basic, bare bones, 30 weight, general purpose type sewing machine thread. And yet it just went through without breaking. It went through a layer of elk hide that is crazy thick and an equally crazy thick piece of saddle grade leather. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. That was called Fantasyland, by the way, and this is called Robot City. Robot City. Let's turn around and look at the lock stitch. Wow. Wow. And the lock stitch is going to be presenting on the saddle grade leather side. A dark, rich, yummy looking leather. Can leather be yummy? I think so. Oh my goodness. That's the totality of the stitching. I'm already at a page 34. We didn't even zoom in on it yet. Look at that. I mean, honestly, if you were selling a product and had a zigzag presenting like this, and this is our lock stitch, folks, that is I'm just going to say it. That is a sexy, gorgeous stitch. A lock stitch on saddle grade leather after going all the way through a thick layer of elk. I don't even know what to say. Let's zoom in on it and look. Unbelievable. Folks, that is a solid page 34 plus. It truly is. And again, if I lock the camera in place and rotate this towards the camera, look at the thickness of what we just sewed through between this elk hide and this saddle grade leather. Look at this from the side. A definite pass. I'm going to throw that down in our growing pile. Unbelievable. Now we're going to try to do the same thing on Grandpa's machine. A layer of elk hide along with a layer of saddle grade leather. Combined thickness, I would say, is right around 8 ounces of leather, which means it's about 4 or 5 millimeters thick. If you've got a measuring device and you can look at what 4 or 5 millimeters of leather looks like, you're going to know how insane this is. Because again, the 6000 series Husqvarnas, or in this case I should say Husqvarna Viking, Viking Husqvarna, blah blah blah, they were already beginning at this stage of starting to move towards replacing some of the metal parts with plastic. Not so much on Grandpa's side. As a matter of fact, I can show you what I mean. On Grandpa's side, our retainer plate for the raceway is still metal. Check it out. Can you see that in the shot? No, because I'm by the other machine. You silly man, you. You see that? Grandpa's retaining plate for the raceway is still metal. And that's the 6010. By the time they move just one series ahead to the 6020, they replaced it, instead of with metal, they replaced it with plastic. See that? Subtle changes between models. Grandpa's has a metal one. This backup machine has a plastic retaining plate in the raceway. So these subtle differences, and some of them are not as apparent. They're not as apparent because they're on the inside of the machine, out of sight. But what am I pointing out? I'm pointing out that showing a single layer of saddle grade leather or a single layer of elk hide on a 6000 series machine, some people consider to be insanity because of the migration of the manufacturing moving more and more and more and more towards replacing metal with plastic. We're going to do it anyway. And I know after going through these machines that they're up to the task, not as a one-off, but they could do it again and again and again. This song is called Summer Shower. I don't know, you hear people like giggling and doing crazy stuff in the background. They must really like showers. Turn this down a little bit. Okay, we're going to set it up the same way we did on the backup machine. We're going to have our elk hide on top for the top stitch. We're going to have our saddle grade leather on the bottom as far as our lock stitch, okay? So let me slide these underneath the presser foot. I'm also going to do a quick little clip to cut off this because it's a little bit longer than the other side. All right, elk hide on top and saddle grade leather on the bottom. Try to get them lined up reasonably well. Again, I'm just blown away with this lower quality Coats & Clark Generalist type thread that we're able to, well, I shouldn't say that we're able to do, that we were able to do successfully on the backup machine, the model 6020. I'm trusting that we can get it done on Grandpa's machine as well. But it really is not, I'm amazed. I'm amazed we're doing it successfully, truthfully. Okay, here we go. This particular song you can hear softly in the background is called Sandcastle. All right, keep your fingers and toes crossed. Grandpa, we believe in you. Yes, we do. You were busted, you were in pieces, you hit the concrete like a freight train, but I think you can do this. Here we go. Grandpa, slow down. Grandpa, you ended in the down position. What's up? That's okay. Well, let me give you an initial glimpse. Top stitch, genuine elk hide, 3 to 4 ounces of leather. Saddle grade leather, lock stitch. Top stitch, lock stitch. Any questions? Oh, jeez. Only on this channel, folks. Not to mention, Grandpa was really spry there. I mean, Grandpa like put to shame that backup machine. The backup machine hit that leather and it was like, no way, man. And then we launched with a little bit more gusto and then it got the job done. The MESA machine, Grandpa didn't hit that leather with any pause. He hit it like, man, oh man, I'm like former military and I'm gonna like knock your socks off, buddy. Yes, he is. All right, so this is our top stitch presenting on genuine elk hide, and it's absolutely page 34. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, it's believable because we just saw it. Especially going through all that. Look at that. Let's flip it over and look at that lock stitch presenting on that gorgeous saddle grade leather. Ended right on the end of that snare drum. Did you hear that snare drum kind of grump? We're right there. So back one more time to look at this lock stitch that we set on this saddle grade leather. I can't believe it. I mean, it's just amazing. Grandpa's machine just knocked it out of the park. Look at that, what we just went through. Lock stitch. Top stitch. That is so much page 34 plus. I'm going to throw it down in our pile. Just so impressed, so utterly impressed with how both of these machines are doing, but particularly Grandpa's. Remember, Grandpa's is the one that hit the concrete and was in utter, I mean, it was in the ICU. It was in the ICU, and yet it's performing at a level that is just, what? What? I'm just in awe. I'm in awe. Totally awesome. Totally awesome. Well, we might as well move into some bubblegum material, huh? And if you're new to this channel, let me actually grab the bubblegum material from this side because I'm like going between two machines. This is why it's called bubblegum material, in case you wondered. Let me widen that shot. You can see me pulling it. Not to mention it makes musical sounds. You can't hear it, I can hear it. At any rate, it's incredibly, it has a high degree of elasticity. A high degree of elasticity, which right away tells you that it is going to make it very challenging for these machines to try to get through it. Without skipping stitches, without distorting stitches, it's not going to make life easy. It's not going to make life easy. But you know what? When you got dance music, who cares, right? So 3 layers of this bubblegum material we're going to try on Grandpa's machine straight away. Yeah, we are. We'll drop down that presser foot. I'm going to turn my music up a little bit because it's my music. And if you didn't know it, if you're on some sort of a game show program and they say, we're going to play a tune for you, and it's this tune, and they say, if you can give us a title, you're going to win $1 million. It's called Robot Boogie. So there you got it. Yeah, it is. Got so excited to kick the camera. Holy mackerel. Really? She's royalty and she could boogie. Yes, she can. Come on, give it to us. Yeah. Uh-huh. You know how pretty her hair is, too. All that stuff in it. She's got some moves. Give me a little spin again, would you, please? Yeah. Never tell me a royal person can't dig it. You know what I mean? Yeah. There it is. All right, do your walk off now. Yeah. Woo! That's good stuff right there. You gonna go over and hang out with the boys? All right, that's cool. That's cool. We still got royalty present. We still got royalty present. His Majesty over here. His Majesty over there. We always have the royal people here. Our royalty when we're presenting Swedish Beauties. Yeah. I don't even remember what we're going to sew. I guess we're on bubblegum material, aren't we? Yeah, we are. We're going. We're going. We're going. We're going. All right, let's do some bubblegum material. And I think we'll leave needle swing in there just to make it a little bit tougher. Because Grandpa's machine, I'll tell you one thing. Yeah. He hasn't shown any sign of weakness after his horrific fall to concrete. Yeah. He's still rocking it. Alright, so we're going to lay down a zigzag on this bubblegum material, and then we'll lay down, I don't know, maybe we'll lay down a decorative stitch next to it just to do something outrageous. I don't know, we might. Yeah, we probably will lay down some sort of something off of Cam A. We'll do something off of Cam A. I don't think I'll do the bird foot thing, because that'll be like insane on this stuff, which is probably why we should do it. Yeah. I don't know, we'll see. Alright, bubblegum material on Grandpa's machine, laying down a zigzag in the settings. I'm actually going to read the numbers right this time. The stitch length is at 3.5. The stitch width is at 3.5 if you want to duplicate this on your model 6010. Alright, here we go. Get my take-up arm all the way up first. Actually, I gotta let me correct one thing. My thread on top is like super short. There we go. Now I got it right. Alright, take two. We're laying down a zigzag, and then we're going to lay down a decorative type cam generated stitch next to it, because we're just that outrageous here. Here we go. Slow down, Grandpa. Slow down. Oh, okay. Our needle is getting dull. I'm actually gonna lower it down to 2 layers. 3 layers is too much. I'm not liking. We're not at a page 34. We're not at a page 34, and actually I'm tearing this stuff. I'm actually tearing it. Okay, let me fix this. Alright, I'm just going to get a new piece. Actually, I'll grab a piece from the backup machine. So that's a little bit too aggressive. 3 layers of bubblegum material is just a little bit too much. So we're going to stick with, we'll go with 2, see how we do with that. Alright, let's try this again. She's going to buy you a mockingbird. How do you go from a mockingbird to a diamond ring? I just wonder about that, don't you? Alright, let's try this again. Our needle is getting tired. We're going to try 2 layers of bubblegum material. Here we go. Yeah, that's a happier stitch. That's a page 34 stitch. It was fun to try 3 layers, and if I get a brand new needle, we could probably do it, but hey, it's not going to happen right now. Okay, let's try a decorative stitch through 2 layers of bubblegum material. Let's see what we're going to pick. A dog named Rover. Do they actually name dog Rover anymore? I don't think they do. They might. Alright, so we're going to set up the machine now to do... What should we do? Debating. A horse and cart. Greatest little baby in town. Yeah, it is. All right, I think we'll do the yellow stitch. That's the tougher of the two. Set that on yellow. La, 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 la. Sing it with me, kids. Sing it with me. All right, let me show you what I set this at first so you can kind of check it out. So we went yellow, right? We went yellow. We're going to try this one. It's kind of a cool little back and forth, like a tic-tac type stitch. So we're going to try to do the yellow one, cam A. And then I've got the stitch length set right around... let's see. Yeah, I mean, we're in the yellow range. We're right around a little bit over 3.5, somewhere in that range. And then we're also on yellow down here on the stitch width as well. So yellow here, yellow there, which is part of our rainbow. And then we've got our stitch selector on yellow also. So we're aiming for this one. We'll see what we get. Again, rubberized bubblegum material is really tricky to lay down, especially with a lot of needle swing, which is what we're going to be aiming towards. Let's see what happens. Gather again. All right, here we go. We like to make it tough. It's Sewing Olympics. It's not, you know, some sort of wimpy-dimpy thing. Whoops. Sorry about that. I'll check my camera angle because I just bumped it again. When you're working with two machines, it's a little tricky. All right, let's try it again. Don't bump the camera anymore. Ugh. Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. He had a great fall, just like Grandpa's machine. Yes, we did put Grandpa's machine back together. We like me, because it's only me, folks. It's only me. All right, let's try this. This ought to be pretty outrageous. Yeah, it should. Here we go. Believe in Grandpa's machine. We can do this. It's a very complicated stitch. It's awful bubblegum material, but we're going to give it a try. We're going to try it. Oh, Grandpa, we ended up in the down position. What's up with that? Folks, that is crazy. 2 layers of bubblegum material, incredible needle swing through this stuff, and it laid down just well, you'll have to look at it. It's just crazy. Absolutely gorgeous stitching. Look at that. Let me clip these threads and let's take a closer look. I don't know that I've ever used bubblegum material for decorative type cam generated stitching before, but there we just did it again. Love to try stuff new, don't you? Especially stuff that you know is going to be tough. So this is our top stitch through this bubblegum material. Line it up like that. Oops. Adjust our camera a little bit there. Incredible stitching through such a difficult material. You saw the elasticity of this stuff. Just buzzing through it with a straight stitch or even a zigzag. But when you lay down a decorative stitch of this intricacy, through bubblegum material like this, Grandpa's machine is running at the top of its game. The top of its game, this 6010. Unbelievable. Let's turn around and look at that lock stitch. This is our lock stitch right here. I'm going to lean it against there for a second. All right, this is our lock stitch. I had an itch on my nose. There we go. I'm good. Here we go. Round and round. If you know this, sing with me. Wheels on the bus go round and round all through the town. Beautiful stitching. This is our lock stitch, folks. 2 layers of bubblegum material. I don't think I've ever done this before. I'm pretty sure I haven't. Unbelievable. Oops, I lost grip on it. It's that rubbery. Unbelievable. Definitely a page 34. And considering the difficulty, I'm going to give this 2 layers of bubblegum material a page 34 plus. And then I'm going to cut it down so I can use the other side of it for the backup machine. The horn on the bus goes beep, beep, beep. Did you know that? Oops, it's all excited. Here, let's put it right there. Grandpa's machine is rocking it. Yeah! So we need to go over to the backup machine. We're going to lay down a zigzag at a setting of right around 3.5. And then we're going to lay down a decorative stitch off of cam B. We don't have exactly the same stitch, but we'll find something. Yeah, we will. That was a fun song. Did any of you know that song, the Wheels on the Bus thingy? I think you did, probably. I heard some of you singing. Hickory Dickory Dock. Yeah. The mouse ran down. So that was Grandpa's machine doing the impossible. I mean, literally, look at that again. Bubblegum material and laid down stitching that is page 34 plus. Unbelievable. Well done, Grandpa's machine. Well done. Well done. All right, I already put the other bubblegum material underneath our 6020. Let's zoom in on it. Actually, we'll zoom over here first. I'm going to make you totally seasick. So we're going to set the zigzag first. We'll go right around the 3, something like that. Tick tock. 3. 3. Let's lay down a zigzag. 3, 3, zigzag on our stitch selector. And then we're going to move into one of these decorative ones on cam B. I don't know which one yet. I'll see what I'm inspired to do. Because I'm tick-tocking right now. Yes, I am. I think that's a thing on the internet too, isn't it? TikTok? Might be. If any of you TikTok using that thing on the internet, let me know. Maybe I should TikTok with our sewing stuff. I don't know. Hickory dickory. Hickory dickory dock, dun, dock, ding, dock, ding. If you didn't get it, the name of this song is Hickory Dickory Dock. This, just in case you missed it somehow. I love kids' songs, don't you? Yeah, well done, kids. Well done! Well done. And if that was one of your grandkids singing, by all means type in the chat. That was my grandson, Ben, on the Hickory Dickory Dock song. Yes, it was. All right, here we go. A zigzag going down and 2 layers of bubblegum material. This should be exciting. Sort of. Maybe. Maybe not. Here we go. Gumdrops. We ended the down position again. That's okay. All right, now we're going to do a decorative stitch down the other side. I know it's crazy, but that's what people expect on this channel, is a little bit of crazy in a good way. All right, so now which decorative stitch through 2 layers of bubblegum material? Which stitch should we pick? All right, let me zoom in on KMB options and see if you chime in and give me any input on this. There's our zigzag, which is absolutely what? Yeah, it's page 34. Oh, I know those boots. Hi, Herr Obermeister. Guten Tag, wie geht es Ihnen? Ganz gut? Super. Tschüss. All right, so this is the options that we have on KMB. One of those 4. I'm leaning towards the red one because red is power. It just is. Let's do red. Okay? Yeah, let's do it. So let's set it up for red, shall we? Let's set it up for red. Red or go home, right? Yeah, it is. All right. Set this up over here. And again, make sure your needle is clear of the material. So red and orange are going to be together on the stitch selector. We're going to pick that. Now we're going to go red over here, which is way down there, way down there. Okay, and then we're going to, so our stitch, my screen's the other way. Yep, there we go. So we set our stitch length selector down into the red range. Our stitch selector in the red range. I said stitch length, I think. Yeah, I did. Our stitch width has to go in the red range as well, which is part of our rainbow selector. So red, 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 and now we're going to try to do that cool little lightning bolt thingy or whatever it is. And we'll see how this backup machine, this MESA machine, model 6020, does with a very tricky needle swing based cam generated stitch. Let's just call it a red stitch. That's a lot easier than all the other stuff I just said, right? Yeah, it is. And we went through all of our kids' songs. What is that about? All right, let's pick something else then. I want all of you to contact YouTube and say, give Scott more kids' songs. Please, do that right now. I don't know what their number is. Maybe 1-800-YouTube or something? Maybe. All right, let's totally mix it up and let's go to rock. So I'm putting in rock now as a genre. And the first one is with kids. Literally, it's kids playing rock, and it's called Toddler Band. Yeah. There we go. I had to put the king's niece back over there. She was getting nervous by the boys. They were doing weird things. So she's back over there. She is. Yep, she's back over there. She's cool now. There's our little Dutch girl. If you don't know who any of these people are, you need to attend class more often. Then you would know. All right, so we're going to try to do the lightning bolt thingy now. Let's see how we do. And I'm serious, this bubblegum material, the difficulty level on it is off the charts. You get to 2 layers. Wow. Wow! All right, keep your fingers and toes crossed. And keep your arms and legs in the ride until it comes to a complete stop. Yeah, do that. Please. All right, here we go. Turn this down a little bit more. The kids are getting kind of crazy. Those toddlers, you know how they are. If you're a grandparent or a parent, you know exactly what I'm talking about. All right, here we go. We're going to try to make a lightning bolt. Here we go. Oh, down position. So close, but yet so far. Wow, unbelievable. Look at that. Look at that. We made a lightning bolt that is drop dead gorgeous. Drop dead gorgeous on bubblegum material. 2 layers of it. If you understand how difficult that is, type it in the chat. That is off the charts tough to do. It's off the charts tough to do. And we've already done some outrageous things during this premiere in putting these 2 Swedish beauties to the test. Wow, unbelievable. I mean, it's believable because we just did it, but it's still unbelievable. And I've already got a pre-glimpse of our lock stitch, which is equally off the charts. And this stuff is not going to let me lean it up against there. There's no way. I think we need our stitch holder. All right. Stay, stay. People want to see you, for goodness sakes. Stop trying to dance. I know it's fun music. Okay, finally got it to stay in position. I better move quick. So this again is KRISTEN'S backup machine. It's kind of like a backup quarterback. You guys have been watching all the ridiculous drama with Aaron Rodgers, and it doesn't matter which side of the fence you're on, even if you're in Minnesota, like Kristen and her family. A backup quarterback is usually presumed not to be as good as the primary, right? Kind of like a first stringer versus a second stringer, blah, blah, blah. Well, we just sewed this on KRISTEN'S second stringer backup machine. And it laid down, I don't even need to describe it to you. Just look at this. It's crazy. Folks, that is page 34 plus if I've ever seen page 34 plus before. And I have. That is so ridiculously page 34 plus. Totality of the stitching. Folks, that's off the charts. I have touched more, and don't take this the wrong way, keep it in the context of sewing machines. I have touched more Swedish beauties than you can count on all your fingers and toes. And if you incorporate other people in your town and add them in as well, I've done more machines than any of those numbers you can come up with. So, anyway, my point is, that is some of the most gorgeous stitching that I've ever seen a Swedish beauty do. And not to take away from what Grandpa's machine did as well. His machine did a bang-up job on this stuff as well, especially with a very difficult stitch. But both of these machines, let me put it that way, both of these machines are in the 1 percentile as far as the quality of stitching that they're laying down on some of the most difficult stitch-offs that I could possibly throw in front of them at these Sewing Olympics. Honestly, if any of you want to pay the postage and get some bubblegum material from the workshop, I'll send it to you. Because when you feel it in your own hands, the elasticity of it, which goes beyond nylon or vinyl or any of that stuff out there, this is a new level of let's stretch it and try to sew it. I mean, it's just crazy. It's crazy. And yet both of these machines, Grandpa's machine and this backup machine of KRISTEN'S, it managed this material like it was a hiccup. I mean, so doggone easy. It's ridiculous. Let's look at the lock stitch and see if that holds true as well. And it does. Clips, hold that there, would you? Hold that there. Because bubblegum material is very, very wild. Kind of like this rock song. All right, let's take a look at this. This is the lock stitch for KRISTEN'S backup machine. Already, we're looking at the totality of stitching, and it's off the charts. It doesn't get any better than that. Go to page 34 plus. There's the stitching right there on page 34 plus. Let's zoom in on it and take a closer look. Folks, you got to understand how difficult that is. Especially on a material like this. Unbelievable. We already looked at the totality of the stitching. Folks, that is so much a pass and so much page 34 plus. I'm going to throw it in our pile of sew-offs that we've done on this premiere so far. I am so impressed. So impressed. Oh, we didn't even do our light stuff. Let's do some of that as well. I'm going to put that to the side. This is like headbanging music. I never knew that YouTube would put something like this on. I mean, I can hear people banging their heads. It's, ouch. Ouch. All right, so let's do this. We've got 100% cotton. We've got satin. We've got ribbon material. We're going to do those 3 sew-offs on Grandpa's machine and on this backup machine. We're just going to continue with this backup machine since we're already here. I think we'll start with, I don't know what we're going to start with. We'll probably start with satin. We'll do satin. We'll do probably ribbon material, and then we'll do 100% cotton last. We're going to do all 3 of them on this backup machine. Then we're going to do all 3 of them on Grandpa's machine. And then we're going to move towards wrapping this premiere up. We could do a lot more, but we've done a lot already. Don't you agree? So let's jump into this with some rock music as a backdrop. Anybody like rock music? Even when it's kind of synthesized like this? Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, we're going to give a go of trying to sew this. If you're new to this channel, this is what, let me turn it this way. This is what satin looks like. It's very, very slippery. It's rice paper thin. And yet we're going to try to go through it with a zigzag. How much room do I have? Why don't we do a straight stitch? Let's do a straight stitch and then let's do a decorative stitch on it. Is that outrageous? Yes, it is. Let's do a straight stitch and then we'll do a decorative stitch. I may be doing more than I'm supposed to be doing, but that's okay. All right, so we're going to do a straight stitch down this side. Actually, I'll do a straight stitch to the other side. I think I'll do that. There we go. I don't know. I'm debating. I've got an open seam on the right. It'd be smarter to do the straight stitch on the open seam. and then do the decorative stitch to the left of it once I've kind of anchored it down a little bit, just so I have a little bit of stability for all of that needle swing. All right, let's try this again. This is going to be our straight stitch down this side, and then to the other side of it, we're going to lay down a decorative stitch. And I'll probably do a different one than I did the last time, just to keep it real, you know? So to set this up for straight stitching, I've got to take my stitch selector, upper left. I'll actually show you. I got to take my stitch selector and take it down to that point where I've got a choice of straight stitch, zigzag, and buttonhole. That's a stretch stitch right there. One more turn. Now we're at straight stitch, zigzag, and or buttonhole. Then I'm going to take my stitch length selector right here, and I'm going to bring us to right around, what should I do? Let's do 3. Let's do right around 3. And then I'm going to take my stitch width, and I have to take us all the way down to 0 so that we don't have any needle swing. That's what a straight stitch is. Hello. All right. So just to show you again, we set ourselves up for straight stitching. We move this selector, stitch selector, to that setting right there, where depending on where we have stitch width, it's either going to give us a straight stitch or it's going to give us a zigzag. Since we have our stitch length, our stitch width down on 0, it's going to give us a straight stitch. Then we have our stitch length set on 3 and our stitch width set on 0 so that we get a straight stitch. I hope any of that made sense. Maybe some of it maybe did, maybe didn't. Okay. So here is our satin. We're going to try to buzz down this side very, very carefully and lay down a straight stitch. And then we're going to lay down a decorative stitch next to it. This is incredibly tricky, folks, especially for a person that chronically doesn't sew very straight. I'll give it my best. I'll give it my best. Here we go. Take up arm all the way up. Yep. Here we go. Kind of lost my grip on it at the end there. It kind of went, hey, I'm going this way. I'm going this way. That is impressive. We're going to lay down a decorative stitch next to it, and then we'll look at both of them. If you've never sewn satin, if you've never sewn silk, you need to try it at some point because it is real tricky stuff, especially when I'm moving now into a decorative stitch. All right, so to the left of the straight stitch we just laid down, we're going to be laying down a decorative one. And I picked the red one before. Oh gosh, I'm debating. And this music is not helping me to concentrate at all. Not even close. Oh, goodness. All right. This may be a mistake because of all the needle movement required, but I'm going to try the blue one. Let me show what the blue one looks like just to remind you. That's what the blue one looks like right there. See it? Look at the intricacy of that, and we're going to be trying this on satin. All right, let's set it up for blue, shall we? Let's set it up for blue. I've told you before, I don't like window dressing. I want to make these premieres legitimately testing the machine and pressing it to the limits, further than the owner probably ever will. So we're going for blue on the B. We're going for blue on the B. You got to turn this over to blue. And again, make sure your needle is clear of the material. We're on blue now. We've got to move our stitch length over to the blue range. There we go, right about there. And we've got to move our stitch width over to the blue range as well. It's going to be part of our rainbow right there. So we should be all set up to sew that really intricate blue pattern. I'll show you again what it looks like. See the blue one right there? That is tricky. It almost looks like a maze, doesn't it? Should we call that a maze stitch? Yeah, not like maize like corn, but you know what I mean. And we set this, where am I? We set this on blue. We set this on blue. And we set this on blue. And I shouldn't say just this. Our stitch width is on blue. Our stitch length is on blue. Our stitch selector is on blue. There, see how professional I sounded? Yeah, that was pretty exciting. All right, so let's try to lay down this stitch now on this really tricky, slipperier than snot, sorry for saying snot, satin. All right, here we go. I mean, here we go once I get over to the machine. Right now I'm still by the camera. This is still me. All right. So the last one is called Sweet Relief. And the next one is called, waiting till it changes, Pressure Cooker. Pressure cooker is pretty accurate as you're trying to sew a decorative stitch of this intricacy on satin. Are you out of your mind, Scott? Are you out of your mind? A little bit. All right, let's turn this up. You've already heard the machines run. They run beautifully. All right, here we go. Here we go. This ought to be interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it should. All right, keep your fingers and toes crossed. You never know. Here we go. All right, stop right there. I'll turn off the headbanging music for a second. And we'll finish off this line just listening to this backup machine, this MESA model 6020. Someone's going to say, I didn't know that Viking Husqvarna made an MESA model 6020. They didn't. Silly. They made a Viking Husqvarna model 6020. I'm just calling it an MESA because that's what Kristen calls it, okay? Come on, catch up, catch up, catch up. Take better notes. Here we go. Wow, that was a little terrifying. Yes, it was. Oh my goodness gravy. Oh my goodness gravy. Look at that. Can you see that? All right, let's pull this out so you can see it more clearly. Absolutely unbelievable. You got to know how difficult that is. You know, let me try that in English this time. You've got to know how difficult that is sewing satin or silk. This is satin. Using a decorative stitch of that intricacy. Sewing something like it's off the charts, folks. It's off. There's not even a chart. It's like out in the parking lot somewhere. It's crazy difficult. Crazy, crazy, crazy difficult. And yet Kristen's backup machine just took care of it like, that was easy. That was easy. All right, I'm going to set up my little sewing display thingy. And we will check this out. Okay, got it. All right, I'm going to turn my music back on. All right, let's drop down. So this is our top stitch. Again, we sewed it on two very thin layers of satin. We're looking at the decorative stitch up top. We're looking at the straight stitch on the bottom. Now, if we were seriously wanting to sew satin, number one, we would pick out a better thread than I have. Number two, we would pick out a needle smaller than a size 90 universal. We'd be right around in the 70 range. And yet, look at how this machine performed. Unbelievable. Totality of the stitching. Absolutely spot on. It's a solid page 34. I would almost lean towards page 34 plus because it is so difficult to sew satin under any conditions. But when you're talking about with mediocre thread and a size 90 universal needle, instead of an embroidery needle or a much smaller needle like a size 70, I'm tickled pink with the results. I really am. Tickled pink. I am incredibly pleased. Let's turn over and look at the lock stitch. I love how when the lock stitch, because of the way the thread interacts with the material, it gives a little quilted look. Look at the bottom of that, the quilted look. It's so cool. It's so cool. Absolutely cool. All right. Totality of the stitching, absolutely spot on. Gorgeous, gorgeous stitching. Let's zoom in on this. Beautiful stitching. Beautiful, beautiful stitching. Satin and silk is so tricky to sew, especially when you're not really set up to do it. What is that? Oh, shoot. That's my reminder that I have a customer coming. So I'm going to have to shorten up this premiere. I am sorry. That is absolutely page 34 and a pass. So I'm going to throw that into our pile, our growing pile from this backup machine. I am not going to be able to do cotton right now. I'm going to have to move over to Grandpa's machine and do the satin on Grandpa's machine too. All right, let's do this. I'm going to go straight down to the needle. Actually, I've got to move that. We already sewed that. I already showed that. That's the bubblegum material. Hey. All right, let's move right into satin on Grandpa's machine. I'm going to set it up for, what did I do? I did a straight stitch and I did a decorative stitch. Actually, we can actually keep it a little bit real. And I'm going to slide the satin underneath the presser foot. And we're going to lay down a zigzag instead of a straight stitch, just to keep it interesting. Oh, I could do that. That's a good idea. Let's use the slow gear on Grandpa's machine. So a zigzag, I'm going to set the stitch length to right around 3. Actually, I'll go to 2.5. Do a little bit different. And I'll set the stitch width also on 2.5. All right. So let's go down and do a zigzag, and then we're going to be heading down the other side with a decorative stitch. And because I have a customer arriving very shortly, we're going to have to shorten this premiere a little bit. That's okay, because we've covered some great ground. We've covered some great ground. Okay, so here goes our slow gear, and we're going to be laying down a condensed zigzag. All right, you ready? Here we go. Let me shut off that music. I want you to hear Grandpa's machine without any rock and roll in the background. And Grandpa's machine running with the slow gear. Here we go. perfect. All right, I'm going to take the slow gear out. I'm going to pull this out. Beautiful zigzag. Look at that. Absolutely spot on. Let's go ahead and lay down a decorative one next to it. And I have to apologize. I totally forgot that I had scheduled a customer meeting at the workshop. So, and Hank will go crazy if I'm not there to greet the customer and he's there to greet them. Yeah, it won't be pretty. It won't be pretty. You'll see it on CNN. Let's just leave it like that. Okay, now we're going to lay down a decorative stitch next to this condensed zigzag that we just laid down on this satin. Again, we're using Grandpa's machine, which is a model 6010, and we're going to be sewing from cam A. What did I sew the last time on cam A? I believe it was the yellow stitch. So this time we're going to do, why don't we do a heartbeat? We'll do the orange stitch. So I'm taking the stitch selector, I'm going to turn it to orange. Again, make sure your needle is clear of the material. And I'm taking my stitch length and I'm adjusting that to orange as well. And I'm taking my stitch width, which is the bottom knob, and I'm setting that to orange as well. And again, orange is going to be a standalone. It's not going to be part of the rainbow. If yours is faded a little bit, it might look like orange, but that's actually red. So set it on the standalone orange, which is also co-located with purple on this model 6010. Okay, I got it. So the stitch we're going to be sewing off of cam A, I'll show you, so you kind of know what it's supposed to look like. Again, we're using satin, so it might look a little bit different. That heartbeat right there in orange, that's the one we're going for. Okay? All right, let's go right about there. Lock it in place. All right. We're going to sew this. Actually, we could sew it in slow speed since we're sewing on a slippery surface. Let's pull that out again. Engage the slow gear. And we're going to lay down this heartbeat style decorative stitch off of cam A on Grandpa's machine. All right, here we go. Take up arms all the way up, I believe. Yep. My thread, one of my threads from the satin was caught on there. It's kind of pulling the material. Hopefully I got that in time. Okay, slow gear off, rotate that back up. Yeah, if you sew with silks or satins, you know what I'm talking about. You get these little frayed edges or something like that. And what it did is it actually had caught, so it was kind of pulling the material up in the back. I don't know if you could see that or not. See, that's kind of right there, the little loop right there that you can see. That's actually part of the material. So I was able to get it out of the way real quick before it messed us up, thankfully. Okay, let's take a look at this. I'm going to use our stitch off holder. I think it'll make it a lot easier. And you'll kind of see our stitch off mountain in the front of it. And we've sewn everything other than some slight different stitch selections because of the cams being different. We've sewed everything else on both machines. We've sewed everything the same to kind of keep it even, almost like a dueling banjos, but Swedish style. So again, we've got a piece of satin. On the bottom we did a zigzag. On the top we did kind of an EKG heartbeat off of cam A. It was the orange stitch, if you want to duplicate it on your 6010. So let me go across, and you can look at these at the same time. And we did the same thing on the backup machine, we just used a slightly different stitch selection. Folks, that's a solid page 34, without a doubt. Both on the zigzag on the bottom and then also the EKG type stitch on top. Let's take a look at that lock stitch. There's the totality of stitching. We'll take a look at that lock stitch and see how this machine, Grandpa's machine, managed a very tough sew off with this slippery stuff. This is our lock stitch now. Let's take a look at that. And it was fun to use that slow gear as well, wasn't it? We didn't use it on the backup machine, but I'm sure Kristen will use it periodically. Unbelievably beautiful stitching, isn't it? And if you've never ever sewn satin or silk before, give it a try. It's very tricky stuff to work with, especially when you're using a size 90 needle and subgrade thread. But the more difficult that I make it for the machine, the more the machine can shine and say, look at what I just did. And then when the owner gets it, Kristen can look at that and say, look at what I just did. See how that works? Beautiful stitching, totality of the stitching. Again, this is our lock stitch, much more difficult for the machine to generate, and yet Grandpa's machine did it like it was a hiccup. No trouble at all. No trouble at all. Well, I would love to do even additional sew-offs. I had more materials prepared, but we've run out of time because of this customer arriving just in a matter of minutes. But just to remind you again, what we just accomplished with these two fabulous Swedish beauties, Grandpa's machine on the right and the MESA machine on the left, Kristen's backup machine, is nothing short of extraordinary. And off of the MESA machine, you can see this is the sew-off that we did with this machine. I didn't really do any off-camera shots on this machine at all. But on this backup machine, we did this satin, we did the bubblegum material, we did the 2 layers of leather, one of which was elk, the other one was saddle grade leather. We did this reconstituted tire material. We did a single layer of saddle grade material and a single layer of elk hide, and then we did all of this decorative output from Cam B, just to refresh your recollection. And this MESA machine, this backup machine for Kristen, just knocked it out of the park with all of these sew-offs. The same thing is true of Grandpa's machine. Grandpa's machine duplicated all of those same sew-offs even after a horrific injury of being utterly destroyed and hitting the concrete and having to be rebuilt like the Bionic Man almost. Did a beautiful job on the satin, on the bubblegum material, on the 2 layers of leather, one of which was elk, the other one was saddle grade leather, single layer of saddle grade leather, this reconstituted tire material, the single layer of elk hide, and then finally all of the cam output of Cam A, and did just a spectacular job, So I'm going to say that both of these incredible machines, Grandpa's machine and this MESA machine on the left, have more than proven themselves of being deserving of a gold medal each and of graduating from the workshop. So I'm going to ring the bell to signify the end of class. I want to thank Kristen again for the opportunity. I want to thank Kristen again for the opportunity. I have to really bend down to be able to get into the shot. For the opportunity of having Grandpa's machine and really being able to take it out of the ashes and give it a new beginning, a new chance, with all of the sentimental value attached to this incredible 6010, and also the opportunity to get this 6020 ready as your backup machine. So happy costuming, happy theater work, and send more people from Minnesota, please. Thanks so much. God bless. Ooh, I didn't know you could see my shadow. Not a very clear shadow. There they are. Those aren't shadows, they're your hands. Ah, you guys are so smart. I can't fool you. Take care, everybody. Watch for other great premieres. God bless. Bye. Thanks again, Kristen.